Yeah, I know. And, part of me wonders, yeah, what makes sense here. All right, let's.
Alone in the foreign land.
Hey everybody, how you doing? David Snedeker here of the InoctriNATION. Good to see you all. I'm glad to be with you on this fabulous Thursday evening, December the 17th, or in the lunar calendar, 11/3. We'll get to that more later. But I did want to just say welcome to this broadcast. We are broadcasting across 5 platforms. We normally reach about 3,000 to 3,500 live, and many more on the broadcast after. If you missed the main broadcast last night, which was 49 minutes, that is on YouTube at Dave Sned. Just search Dave Sned on YouTube and you can see that. That's very, very important. It's a very, very important truthcast. And also, it's very much, I try to do a trailer to kind of give you a peek on the main channels to send you there, because I've already seen that it's affecting my Facebook, just linking that particular video. So we are definitely at the tip of the spear. I checked my suspensions on YouTube and I found out that it definitely was. They initially said it was a copyright, but then it was definitely when I shared that video about what's in the CV VACCINE. And so just talking about that topic last night, I'm definitely going to send you to that YouTube page for all of you that subscribed. Over 2,000 of you subscribed, and hit notifications so you know when I go live on that platform. But we have to be smart about what we broadcast and where, and so I will continue to probably use that method on very, very sensitive subjects. Obviously, we're going to hit some sensitive subjects tonight. It's not going to be that medical sensitive, okay? So, at any rate, thank you all, and thank you all also for putting up with the, I got a lot going on here, okay? I'm a one-man show. From a standpoint of what I'm pulling up, when I'm pulling it up, all the technical aspects of pulling this together, and I'm generally a right brain creative, and I'm not the left brain analytical, and it really takes the 1, 2, 3 step of the analytical side, which Eric's been able to help me with also technologically. So thank you for that, Eric. You're a godsend. But just the little things, the little clicks and the things that don't always make it. So my apologies for that, and thank you for bearing with me on that. And also when I did the other recap, I wasn't showing you the pictures as they came up. But at any rate, we are a work in progress, and so there's so much of this broadcast that I enjoy, and it's you folks really understanding that this is about the content, this is about the collaboration, this is about tapping into 14 years of experience in the being awake, the 55 years of experience I've been alive, Todd 55 years of experience being alive and doing his dives the way he does, which is kind of like he started those, around the broadcast and just kept digging, going and finding and learning. And so we're really finding a lot of information. And I loved how it came together. I'll get into that here in a little bit. But basically, he and I each had separate decodes yesterday. And then at the end of the night, when he and I were talking after the broadcast, we figured out that they linked. There was a link to each of our decodes that further confirmed that. We'll talk about that more when he's on. But so at any rate, you're here for so much information, knowledge, wisdom on how we can better navigate these waters, and also for the vibe. Okay, so, I have interaction with you, even though sometimes I don't see the chats. You guys are trying to say, no sound, Dave, no sound. You're trying to communicate to me. I always don't see it because I'm doing other things. Or like last night, I was focused because I wanted to go, tuck my girl in and spend some time with her before she drifted off. So that's why I was trying to rush through that last night, but on a night that I wasn't supposed to be on. So, but I interact with this audience, and we interact together. So this is definitely more of a community than most shows, most broadcasts that you're going to see out there. But I want to make something very, very clear. Nobody has a right to be here because of how long they've been following, how long they've been watching. That gets into ego. And I will tell you this: nobody has a right to treat anybody disrespectfully in this chat. Okay, I can think of 2 people that I've treated disrespectfully on this broadcast because of how disrespectfully I felt I was treated. Okay, that I was on 2 separate occasions. And I've in other moments I've kicked people off the broadcast, because here's the thing: I've done stand up, okay, not a lot of it, just but I've been to a lot of stand up. I've lived around it. I know a lot of people that are in it, and I understand what it's like to you're delivering your monologue, you're delivering your stand up. And people are chatting or whatever, they're having a drink or they're chatting in the bar or whatever. That's one thing, right? But if somebody gets into a full-blown argument right in front of the stage, that's a problem. Okay? If somebody keeps badgering the host, badgering the person on stage with their opinion, it becomes more about them. Okay? Now I call this our show, but make no mistake, you guys weren't here when I started broadcasting 450 shows ago. And very few of you can say that you were in probably 5-10 shows into it, okay? Nobody was here. Nobody was here 10 years ago when I was doing this alone in my bathroom into my iPhone, and I have a whole library of material that I have spoken into my phone. Okay, so there is no, once you get into I've been here this long, or that gets into ego, and that hasn't been checked at the door. Okay, and there's got to be one ego here, and that's me, to say we're not going to do that. Nope, that's not allowed. You're not going to treat people disrespectfully. Okay, and so we've got to check our coat in those situations, because somebody that keeps coming at you with stuff, okay, that's called a heckler, okay? And you throw hecklers out. You put them in their place, or you throw them out, whatever it takes to get them to understand that it's not about you, all right? So there's been some negative things happening in the chats, and there is zero tolerance. You want to be an asshole, you want to come in here and you want to piss people off, or you want to make it about you, go do it somewhere else. Okay? Because this is a place where we check our coats, we come in and we share opinions, we share information that we find, but we're not an asshole about it. Okay? And we're not going to make other people feel negatively about it. All right? And and here's the other thing. This is so much bigger than any of us. And I can't say that any more clearly. This is so much bigger than any of us. We are in a war of good versus evil. And I don't tolerate petty bullshit when we are in a war for the ages. Like, there is no other time in human history where humanity is literally on the cusp of taking back our planet by the satanic elite that have controlled it for thousands of years. We are right there. And if you think I'm going to allow somebody's feelings being hurt, or somebody who makes it about them, to get in the way of that or even distract me for 1 minute, you're mistaken. I am on a mission here. If you're going to be a part of that mission, welcome aboard. You will find me to be one of the most loving human beings you've ever met, and loyal. But step across that line and I have no time for you. You're either with me or get out of the way. And this is where we're at. This is how serious this is. This isn't about building a little, a little following that I can monetize and do. Folks, if I wanted to monetize something, it wouldn't be this. I have lost business because of this, because of what I'm doing right here. Okay? I've lost friendships. I've lost family, connection because of what I'm doing right now. This isn't one of those things that you say, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to get rich. I did 200 broadcasts without asking for a dime. And then finally, I think I put my PayPal up, and Johnny McNamara from Springfield, Illinois, dropped me some coin and said, I love what you're doing, brother. Thank you. And had been following me for quite a while. And so nobody's getting rich here, not even close. Okay? And we still haven't gotten out of the paradigm of, people like me, people like Todd should be making the money, and we're not. We're still, we've still got this paradigm where the CNNs, ABCs, NBCs, and all those assholes, those literally propagandists that have covered up the most heinous crimes in the history of man, and they are building homes in the Hamptons. They are Christmasing in Aspen. They're eating at the French Laundry with a $60,000 tab. Okay, this is the elite who have used us and have enslaved us, and yet they basically drink from the golden goblet. Okay, so we are on the brink of humanity, and it's people like me, it's people like Todd, it's people like X22, it's people like SGT, Dustin Nemos, oh my gosh, so many out there, Dilly, and who doesn't get into Q at all, but he's still awesome, and he still has some great stuff. But so many of these guys that don't really dive into Q, and and we know so many cats out there, and women. Oh my gosh, Tracy Beans, Liz Crokin. The word. The people are still trying to figure out where she's at on things, but she's done a lot of stuff. Corey's Diggs, so many really bright. I mean, Candace Owens, the work that she's doing, she's not doing stuff at the level that we are, but her reach and her message for the black community and Blexit is fantastic. So there's so many people out there and that are doing such great work, and this is about spreading the message and creating the awakening, which is happening right now. And because of this awakening, we are literally on the precipice of the age of Aquarius. Because 1221, folks, there's going to be a shift. There's going to be a planetary alignment. There's going to be a shift. And that is why I'm sending this message out now. It's kind of a slap in the pants right here, where I'm basically saying we got to get out of this 3D bullshit. And we've got to rise above it. We've got to bring this energy. We've got to pray for each other. We've got to help each other, and we've got to get out of this paradigm. And if you're not on board with that, God bless you. God love you. Thanks for coming. All right, but we're moving on. and you're either with us or you're against us. But if you're against us, you're going to be, just get out of the way. Okay? So this is something that happens as an audience builds, as we have, and new people come on and new dynamics. But I'll tell you this: we are so close, and I'm going to shift it right now because we need to talk about some of the great things that are happening right now, and I believe that it's either going to happen tomorrow night, or we've got I went down this path. We've got Christmas Day is the Friday, and we've got January 1st, the new day of 2021 is on a Friday. Maybe it's not on a Friday, okay? But we know some things are really happening, and really happening. I'd like to say quickly, but I'm saying quickly because we're in the heat of it right now, the heart of it right now. Whereas the next, but this is literally taking out a cabal that's been ruling for thousands of years, and some people are impatient about that. Well, come on now, think about this. Think about what's really happening here. We are disassembling the control structure of this planet. This isn't just about the United States. This isn't just about Republicans versus Democrats. You know that. That's why you're here. This is about the disassembly of the cabal. And that's exactly what's happening. And any chaos that you see, any devastation that you see to businesses, to individuals, to states, to buildings, it's going to be those tools paid for by the elite that are clinging on to their power. And we need to pull ourselves out of the emotion, pull ourselves up to 40,000 feet and really look at what's going on and try to figure out the puzzle. But here's the most important thing. Is the most important thing figuring out the puzzle, finding that missing piece, finding that decode that takes us here, or there? No. Because if we're caught up in the negativity that brings with it, that those moments bring with it, if we're caught up in the negativity the mainstream media is if we're caught in the flame of the fire that they keep throwing gasoline on, we will be burned, and it will not be to our benefit. So what this is about is trying to find out the solutions to things so that we don't get caught up in the emotion of it. We go to the left brain so that we don't get stuck in the right brain or stuck in the fight or flight, okay? So that's what this is all about. It's about finding the solution, having fun doing it, having fun doing these decodes, folks. We want to have fun on these decodes, and because that's the part that we absolutely want to make sure that we are that we're able to tap into the light, bring the light to the darkness. This we tap into it. We talk about darkness, but we got to bring our light to it, and we got to bring light to each other, and we've got to support each other. Okay, because there are people having a really tough time right now. My heart goes out to you, but we also have to help each other and help ourselves, and not get caught up in the negativity, get caught up in the feeling sorry for ourselves, or get caught up in that. And it's hard to do. I've done it. I've felt sorry for myself. I'm saying these things as much as so that I can hear them, as so that you can hear them as well. Okay, so let's get into it. I wanted to just also say that I was feeling a little down today. And it's one of those days when you don't know why. Everything's fine, everything's good, but just feeling a little down, a little off. I don't know if it was a Schumann resonance or just tired. 3 days in a row broadcasting takes a toll, certainly, and plus working full time. But So I don't know exactly what it was. What I can't put my finger on it, but I just want you to know that there are days when I have bad days too, and so I just want to not be this guru, self-help guru who says, oh, you got to be positive all the time or whatever. Yeah, and I make mistakes too, but I'm just saying that we really need to try to help each other stay out of that, because we need to be in a higher level, a higher dimension, a higher frequency. Okay, I've been doing the Healy, doing the frequency thing, and that's I think that's been helping tremendously. I've got it on right now to kind of like do the show, because once it's in the field, then it's balancing the frequency of the field. So at any rate, I just wanted to share that, because we all have kind of difficult days, and we want to be able to be real about them, right? Not just be that Facebook post and with all the best pictures, right? all the best pictures, all the best moments in our lives, without really understanding that, okay, there's some bad times too that you're not seeing, and that those moments are really important as well. Okay, so welcome everybody. David Snedeker here, the InoctriNATION, where we shatter the indoctrination in hopes of awakening the masses. We are across. I see we picked up some folks on D Live that went there last night for the broadcast, because I broadcast to both D Live and YouTube Dave Sned. So we have 16 in D Live, 410 in David Snedeker Facebook, 105 in Twitch. Hey, how you doing, VIP Twitchers? 754 in Facebook, The InoctriNATION. 481 Facebook, David Snedeker. 625 in YouTube, The InoctriNATION, and 81 Dave Sned YouTube. So we're across 6 platforms now, or is that 7? 7, yeah. So and maybe you get in. I know you guys get in your groups, your chat, and you like the vibe, and you stay there. So keep an eye on your vibe, and let us know if there's any problems. Like we're not. I'm not saying we don't practice our First Amendment. You have a right to say something, but I was very clear about the difference between practicing your First Amendment and heckling, or getting in an argument, and when people are trying to enjoy the broadcast, because there's also a lot of conversations that can be had, that you can have with your new friends. I love that so many Snedheads have become like really close friends. That if that's my only legacy of creating a space where people have come together of like mind and open heart and connect on that. Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm okay with that. I love that, and so I want to make sure that it's just a great experience, and that you feel safe. That we all feel safe here to be able to express ourselves respectfully. Speaking of which, let me. What happened? Okay, I hope this didn't happen. Did my computer just crash? Oh, that was weird. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. So I do have an announcement. Speaking of groups of Snedheads getting together and making amazing things happen. Okay. Let me share this with you here, and I do not know what's going on here. Trying to get my browser, window capture. Oh, you had to re-in, Eric? Okay. Okay, so team viewer. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, I got it now. All right, so let me show you this. So, folks, on Thursdays, Robin, Christine, and Sandy Root have put together a group, and they got together. And the first time they got together, and it was inspired by a Zoom call that we all had about helping people through this difficult time that we're finding ourselves in. and having a real support group and meditation and prayer and really special energetically, like it's a very high energy. And I've been in the calls, and this Monday, the 21st, right? Some big things happening. So I just wanted to share that on the 21st, Robin and Sandy will be hosting. Let me get to the information. Where did I go? Okay, here we go. Hold on, folks. Hold on. There we go. Let me cut this out. And let me pull this up. Why is this not working? Yeah, some things not working right now. Okay, so Monday the 21st, folks, is a day of worldwide mass prayer and meditation. That is 12/21/20. There will be a Snedhart's meditation Monday 12/21, which is also the winter solstice, with Robin, Christina, and Sandy Root, and Nathan O'Brien. And we will be posting the announcement daily between now and then with the Zoom link if you want to join that. Time is subject to change. Tell them announcements are posted on Snedication Nation, Snedhead Snedication Nation. If you guys haven't joined there, please do. And you have to answer 3 questions. We have new, exciting upcoming things for Snedhart's unfolding. We welcome Nathan O'Brien to our team. Peace and love to all from Robin, Sandy, and Nathan. And we always post our announcements with this pick. There we go, Snedhart. So the group, they were trying to figure out what to call their little group, and that's what they came up with. So I'm honored to by that, and so that is happening on Monday. So just I think one example of some of the things that are transpiring. We're also having Purium team, Healy team, and also our production team. So that those things are building, because here's what I'm anticipating, folks. I am anticipating that that the networks that are presently there are not going to be there any longer. I've made statements like Stephen Colbert, like I'm going to have more viewers than Stephen Colbert next year. Okay, why? Because he's not going to be on. Okay, because he is a traitor to this nation. He's a traitor to his fellow man, because he is a shill for the corporations, just like so many of them are. So things are going to shift, and the Snedheads are going to be ready to step in to that space and provide a really fabulous alternative to what's going on there. Okay, and so hold on one second. By the way, folks, this is my my friend Peter, and I would ask for prayers as he is going through chemotherapy right now. But it's all good. This is the Peter that we've been praying for months and months, and he's doing great. And I think he's only got 2 more chemos, and I think he's pretty much cancer free. But it's like they want to make sure they got it. So please keep my dear friend Peter in your prayers. And that was him getting back to me from checking in. So here we go. Let's get to it. We're gonna have a guest on later, Rachel, who's my one of my mentors in Purium, to talk about her message, because one of the things, as you know, we're going to step into is solutions on this broadcast of how we can get healthier, get some of the bad stuff out of our system that has been put there by the cabal, by the elite, to weaken us. And we, as I mentioned last night with the VACCINE broadcast, that's exactly what they're doing now, right? And that's what's very disheartening when you think about it. But I do want to take you, and I'll wait for Todd on this. but I do want to take you back to a little bit, just to recap a little bit about what we did last night. But and for some reason, okay, here we go. All right, I've got it now. Okay, so how we doing? Let me just check the chat real quick. We're 2,000. Yeah, we're up over 2,600, I believe, over 7 platforms, guys. So good to see you all. Let me see. Debbie Osborne. So is tonight a commercial? Debbie, I am going to have a commercial on tonight. That's basically what I'm saying to you. And so here's what I want to say to you guys. What do you watch that doesn't have commercials? That's what I want to ask. And if you have a problem with me trying to make a living on this broadcast, then check it. All right, because this is you'll watch television, you watch 20 commercials without blinking, and then I'll have 1 or 2 commercials in 5 hours, and you guys have some of you have a problem with that. So I'm not the problem. You are, if you're trying to get in the way of me trying to monetize this broadcast for having spent thousands and thousands of hours over 14 years and over 450 broadcasts, and I still have to work a day job. So yeah, so tonight, gonna have a commercial. Yep. It's not about being defensive, Lisa. It's about people understanding how things are done. Okay? It's about people understanding how things are done here, and people not understanding that we've got to shift this paradigm. Okay? So, and we're bringing Snedheads in. We're trying to help Snedheads. People that are trying to put food on their table. I'm trying to help those people as well. Okay? So we need to understand. Meanwhile, how many people are buying from Amazon, buying from Target, and funneling money to China. And most everything I do is I'm trying to go, American business. Although the Healy's made in Germany, but Purium's in America. The silver here is made in America from good friends. Our lovely Levita Bella olive oil is made right here in the United States by a Snedhead. The soap is made right here, by Julie Harris, beautiful Snedhead. Paula McDonald wrote a book. Christy wrote a book. She's linking people to the Amazon link, although I'm not making money on Amazon. They declined me. I don't know why, but so at any rate, yeah. So that's the kind of stuff. I'm not going to let you get away with shitty comments like that, guys. I'm not. I'm just not. So is tonight going to be a commercial? Yeah. Go find something that doesn't have a commercial. All right. I'm not going to let you get away with that stuff. I'm sorry. But this is, you're going to get pissy and I can't make a living here. You know what? I got no time for that. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Seriously. So, I don't have to explain, but I do, because you have to, this is about truth, right? This is about truth. This is about, let's be truthful. Let's be truthful. Literally find a program that doesn't do commercials. You know why they have to do commercials? Because about 3% of viewers actually donate to shows. I don't know the specific numbers, but 3% of the 3,500 people that watch nightly, not even, I think it's much lower than that actually. It's definitely lower here. But you can't live on donations with a show. So everyone's got to do commercials. So for me, I try to do it with stuff that I know, stuff I've used. So, and I'll tell you, you want to go, just like any commercial, you want to go get something to drink, you want to go take a piss, while I got the commercial on, yeah, that's your thing. Okay. Yeah, and large bladder. We take very few breaks. That's true. That's very true. So by the way, that's a coat we need to check too. That's one of the things we need to check, because I'm very, very honest about stuff here, guys. I don't know how you're going to get more honest than me when it comes to this stuff, or literally calling people on their bullshit. Okay, because I will. And so let's get to it. I want to check in. By the way, 99% of you, your messages, your comments, oh my God, fuel me, are fantastic. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so that's don't think that I'm just because you got to point out a heckler or point out somebody that's not really being real, that I'm not cognizant of 99% of you. What's happening, Michael Reed? Good to see you, brother. How you doing? You're in a room full of beautiful humans, about 2,500 of us right now in Snedeker Theater. Good to see you, Michael. Long time, my brother. And folks, let's have Todd come on, because we need to. Here's the thing: we need to get into what's really going to happen over your. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Dave, when you give your power away, you lower your vibration. When you get worked up, they feed off that. Breathe, please, and keep up the incredible work. Thank you, Callie. Callie, it's kind of like a long time ago, Donald Trump once said that, I said this the other night, as a matter of fact. Donald Trump once said that, he hates lawsuits, but he has to do them, because when people try to take advantage of you, you have to protect yourself. And so even though he hates it, he has to do it, because you have to set a precedent. So what I try to do here is set a precedent. It's like, don't come at me with bullshit, seriously. And we're going to keep it fresh, because I'm going to knock it out of the way and we're going to move on. So Todd, Cindy, come on in, and we're going to figure out what's going on here today. Okay? We're going to figure out what's going on with over the next 24 hours, maybe 24 days. And let's see if we can't get to the bottom of things, and also shift into a high energy, so that we can really get excited about what's happening right now. Because what you're seeing happening, folks, is an absolutely monumental, historical moment in human history. And that, to me, cannot be any more exciting. And here we go. Hello, Cindy. I don't have you yet. Hold on. Cindy, are you there?
I am.
Hey, hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Awesome. So you feeling a little better?
I'm feeling better, yes.
Awesome. Hey, so a lot of stuff going on. What's your general take moving into this?
Well, I was asking last week, Tav, come on, drop me a song. And then the other day I was asking Tav, come on, it's time, guys, drop me a song. Yesterday I said to Todd, they need to drop a song. Surely they're going to drop a song. And then guess what? When I got back from the doctor's office, I had been told they dropped a song.
Nice.
And they've got 49 different cue drop references in there.
Yeah, so guys, if you're not familiar with Tav, let me just show you. I think I'm going to play me some Tav. I don't think we're going to have any copyright issues with Tav.
Ooh,
because it's not through like a major music spot, publishing. But I'll get ready to play that before we do those drops that I know you guys have lined up.
Yeah, only 50 people had seen it when we first saw it, so it's got a lot of good information there.
And by the way, guys, just to show you where we're at here, let me see. Let me show you where we're at. This is TAV on YouTube. 7,000 subscribers. Let's give Tav a little love over there, would you? And tell him you're Snedhead. Tell him we sent you. And let's give him some love because he's dropping some dimes. And Cindy, you're a little low on your end. Is there a way you can be louder, or should we try to call in a little bit?
How
Call
about,
in again.
is this okay?
Little low still.
Little low. Okay, you want to call me back?
Yeah, let's try that. Thanks.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Sorry for that, guys. I think that's Messenger mainly. We may have to do another solution for the call in on that. So let me give her a buzz back here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go.
Hello.
Hey there.
Is
I think it's a
better?
little bit better.
Okay. All right.
You still sound a little far away.
Sorry. How about this? Test. 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, it's still low.
Hmm.
Damn. Did
I
you
don't
guys
know. Got the phone
ever?
up to my mouth.
Yeah, did you guys ever do? Let me hear Todd's voice, please.
Oh, really?
La 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 la. How's that?
Yeah, I regret that decision. Let me hear Cindy's voice, please.
I told you you're going to regret that.
Is that better?
Not much. It's a little bit. They're both very low. Did you guys download that WhatsApp thing?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
All right, let's try. Oh no, I can't do that. Shit, maybe I can. Hold on. All right, are you guys? Yeah, still too low, right? Okay. Let me see if I can get this dialed in on the computer and then hit you up on that.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's been weird for any call-in shows today. I've seen a few videos today, and everybody was having a bunch of problems. There's a lot of hacking going on.
Yeah. Well, we got to talk about the hacking tonight. Yeah. So let's see. One to get down. Hey, is this a QAnon stream? This is we do step into the we do deep dives into the 17. Yes, we do. But we have a lot of other information as well. If you're pro 17, this is the place for you, and it's a cool vibe. And if you're not, this is still a cool place for you because you'll learn exactly a little bit more about why we spend so much time on 17. But thanks for that question. And I don't think you can do WhatsApp on the web, so it may just be. Let me try it one more time.
Okay.
All right. This is. We'll try that again. Here we go. Let's see if we get a little bit better. We normally start at 6:15, but yeah, we're getting a little slow start on this
Hello
tonight.
there.
All right, let's see if we can roll with that and try. Boris says try Viber. Is that what you can do over the computer? So let's see if you guys can just turn up a little bit. And what I'll do is I'll turn down my mic so there's not that big of difference, and see if we can make that happen. Okay. And I will try Mad Voice. Yes, okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, still hard to hear. Yeah, Discord. Is that an audio chat? Hey, Eric, do you know Discord? Could you get us set up on Discord? And also Viber is another option because we may need another option. Well, this isn't the first time we've had audio problems, so let's try to make our way through this, bud. And as much as possible, if you guys could just keep it up and we'll figure it out from there. Okay.
Yep, I'll try that.
Thank you, man.
I feel like I'm yelling, but I want to be heard.
And let me see. All right. So let me. So we're talking about Tav. We'll get to that in a second because I know you did some deep dives on that. Um, and um, and so no, I think Todd's phone is actually worse, isn't it?
My phone's terrible.
Okay. All right. Eric just turned up the master. Let me hear you now, bud.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, I think that's better.
Hey, good job, Eric.
We have one more phone to call on.
About time you did something, Eric.
Dude, he can just as easily as turn you off, okay? Just so you know.
Eric knows
Okay, so sorry about that, folks. So for some reason, how did the master get low, Eric? I have no idea. I think Eric's been playing around with things, screwing it up.
most likely.
Because you know me, guys. I'm like technical wizard, okay? So if we're gonna point fingers here, it's gotta be Eric.
I did
okay?
learn to read your lips last night, Dave.
Yeah, right. That was code, guys. Okay, that was code. I was sending you code. I still got to figure out what the code is, but trust me, it was code. All right. Yeah, two shows a day. So, okay. So, are you doing Angel's show? Is that right? Is Angel doing her show? I know Pete's doing a show too. That I haven't had a chance to check out yet. So listen, so Todd, let's get to some of the stuff, some of the meat and potatoes. What was your biggest takeaway from today?
Well, between last night and today, there was a mention through the Q stamps, the timestamps from President Trump's tweet, and actually across the Twitterverse that we follow, and as contacts, that includes President Trump's warm circle, Dan Scavino, President General Flynn, and President Trump's immediate family. Last night I was for some reason I just couldn't sleep, and Trump was actually tweeting late. He tweeted very late last night, I believe about 1 a.m., which would have made it, even later where he is. But throughout the evening, I was just trying to find out what was going on, and I noticed that the president tweeted, and Flynn tweeted, and Ivanka actually had tweeted, and I went through and did the timestamps on them, and they were all just rocket fuel.
Awesome. So I want to get into those because that's going to take us to where we are. But you mentioned last night, and I wanted to just do a quick overview and add something because I want to clear up my screen here so I can roll with your new stuff. And there was what I loved about last night was just how things came together, and so I wanted to bring up real quick, folks. This is what we did, and I highly recommend you go back to that last night and watch that if you have not seen this, and I'll take you to where we went last night. Okay, now I just want to show you the overall because we're talking about the thing that so many of you are concerned about, and this is going to be a nice quick recap for those who did watch last night, but I wanted to show you that and there's a reason for this, okay, because they're communicating things to us very clearly, but you have to know how to look for them or where to look. Okay, so I want to take you through this quickly. Now, let's go to, first off, the 1st Brigade Combat Team 82nd Airborne Division, okay? They got a shot in the arm. They were the first to get it, okay? This gentleman here, this I read, the only thing that I could read during these was this, and it says Abiska rune 68F, okay? And so I did a code on that, or I did a gematria on that, okay? And the gematria turned out to be the Abiska rune 68F, and the and I did, that was, let me see, and it came up number 1 English gematria was Mark of the Beast. Okay, they're showing us that yes, this is the Mark of the Beast. Okay, now here's what I believe happened, and there was some confusion about that. Okay, what I believe happened is that, and Todd, I think you're on board with the actual details of this with me, that the actual vax has been sent to these army bases, but that they're not necessarily injecting them with that. Okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. So once they get them, the military takes them in. Okay, we got this. Thank you, Pfizer. Appreciate you. We'll get it. We'll get them in, and we'll keep track of everything. Okay. And during this time, then they already have the saline ready to go, that they're going to inject with them. Okay. Now, so that was a conversation that Todd and I had yesterday morning. So I went to these posts, and I did the Abiska rune, okay? Found that gematria, okay? And also did a what's called a word, descrambler. And one of the words is abrasion, which is what you get when you get a poke. And so then a descramble of that is also Boronius, okay? Boronius. So hold that thought for a second. Now, Todd went to Catherine Heritage's, I'm sorry, I always get her name wrong, but the CBS correspondent, and we went down this path of this interview with Christopher Miller about the
on the solar wind
VAX. This is how it opens, okay? Also at the 17-second mark, also 16, but also 17-second mark, they cut back to this picture of the water, okay? Todd, you want to just tell us what you got out of that real quick, and we'll go to the next. Okay, the wrong screen is showing up for some reason.
Huh.
Oh, is that what you were doing, Eric? You were trying to show the second screen, the different screen. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Hold on, folks. This is one of the reasons I want to close these up, because I got too much open right now. Okay. Now we've got the right screen. Thank you for that. Got it. Thank you, bud. All right, so go ahead, Todd.
Well, I was there was a lull in the Twitterverse yesterday, and I was just thinking who I could go to see if anybody's got any good stuff going. President Trump was noticeably silent during the day. General Flynn, the immediate warm circle, seemed to be rather slow. So I went to see what Catherine Herridge was doing, because I consider her a source only because she's referred to in the 17 posts, the 17 drops. And so that immediately gives her credibility with me, and at least in some way.
Especially since, Todd, isn't she the only mainstream media journalist that 17 speaks highly about?
The only other one that is mentioned that I can pull off the top of my head is 17 actually says Hannity is a patriot.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
right.
the only one that, those are the only, he has, and actually 17 has never mentioned Herridge. He's used her work. So, but I think by the usage and by the pen placement and by the things that are shared, she knows something. She's hip to it.
Mm-hmm.
So being as that is the case, I just stumbled upon her, and she was interviewing our new Secretary of Defense, um,
Miller.
Christopher Miller. I knew it was a tough name. And so I hadn't seen too much of Christopher Miller on TV or anything or any interviews. And this was the first one that she did with Christopher Miller. So I noticed that they were doing the poke in the arm. And I said, well, this ought to be good. Maybe there's something there. And immediately a few things happened that I thought were definitely red flags as far as coding goes. You look for an anomaly. You look for something that shouldn't be there, something out of place, something that doesn't make sense. And so I noticed that in 3 different shots during this interview that they virtually took the 2 characters that were speaking to each other and sharing information, and they showed a pitcher of water sitting on a table with just very narrow slivers of the 2 involved in the speaking show, and I thought that was strange. So what I did was I just started to I took stills of it and tried to analyze what was in the background. Maybe there was a message, and I didn't immediately come up with anything. And I noticed that it was closed caption. I watched it a couple times, and the next thing I knew, I was like, it just dawned on me to watch the water. And that's what 17 says incessantly, watch the water. And so I said, well, there's water there. So it just immediately alarm bells went off, and I noticed that some of the words that that Christopher Miller was saying correlated with the times that the water was shown. As such as in the second picture that you'll show, it says highlight. And I'd like to highlight this, or along those lines. And when that highlight, they cut right to the water again. So that means they're sending a message. If they're coding, at that point you don't know, but you have to break it down. But there is an anomaly to watch. So I did that over and over and over, and I finally figured out that the actual shots are saline, if not just vitamin C shots.
You elected to take the COVID-19
that the troops are actually getting. And if you roll through it and maybe pause, and you could see that along the bottom you can see the wordage, the verbiage actually on the print kind of meets with what I'm saying.
Here's at the 17-second mark, and I wanted to highlight that to them. And so it's a highlight of the water. Now, this is the reason why we're spending so much time on this, folks, is because so many people are concerned about this shot that's coming, and I'm not concerned about it. Okay, so because we believe it means something else, and we believe it's going to be much more than that, right? Lisa says when you have a shot, you need a lemon. Also, somebody said last night, forgive me for forgetting this, but they're saying the shot is a lemon.
Yes,
right?
they're in a shot glass.
Yeah. And so there was a further breakdown of this, and I'll try to pull it up here. But this was the video, and they kept going to the water, right? So watch the water, and they're telling us, something more here. And then the lemon, right? The lemon is there. Now, so this was the decode that Todd did, right? Are you finished with that part?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just the fact that it was shown 3 times.
3 times. Good point. Yeah, 3 times they did this.
It wasn't like an accidental, oops, it snuck in there.
Yeah. And this is very odd. I'm a filmmaker. You never do this shot. Unless the speaker or the listener is in the shot, there's no reason to do this. This is like B-roll stuff that you never use because it's just a table with water. And this is very sophisticated CBS editors doing this stuff too. And they cut to the water literally 3 times. It was crazy. Okay, so So the water with the lemon. Now, so that was Todd's decode. My decode followed this gentleman who was getting the shot, the Abiscaroon, and the verbiage on that, and the Boronius. And the Boronius, if you look that up, you will find that the Boronia is a genus of about 160 species of flowering plants in the citrus family Rudasea. Rudasea. The lemon is a Rudasea. And so it tells me that it links this, my decode, off this gentleman to Todd's. There was another decode, Todd, that I did on Christopher Miller, actually out of the video, because they show him getting the shot right away. And I did this decode, and I believe it was, I think I have a better picture of it, but I think it was the Department of Defense. And let me go to that in the Gematria. And the Department of Defense, I believe, bear with me here, folks. And
yeah, Dave, one thing I just wanted to squeeze in was,
yeah,
we had that conversation a couple times about how they're going to make it look like they're giving the shot, but not giving the shot that's actually going to be destructive.
Right.
And
right.
We had thought all along that they weren't going to harm people through this, this plan. And so the importance of it is to set people's minds at ease, that they're actually, because I had personal contacts with Schneidheads that were reaching out and saying,
yeah,
my son or my daughter or my dad or husband is in the military and they have to get these shots. What do I do?
Mm-hmm.
And so it was getting very concerning. So when I came across this, that was a way to at least, justify what was actually going to happen.
Right. Right.
It put my mind at ease, and I hope it puts everyone's mind at ease that President Trump not inoculating your family members with a nanochip and all the other things.
So, the thing too is that that's why it was important for us to go on last night and to repeat this message, because anybody that didn't see last night, and those that did, a refresher, is also there are things that we're seeing with this particular thing in this shot of Christopher Miller getting the shot. It's a very odd thing with what's going on with the Band-Aid there, but also it says Department of Defense and then Rangers, and the Gematria for that. Let me take you to this one. No, that's not it. Let me take you to this one. Nope, that's not it. All right, having problems finding that. Well, the Gematria on that is the quantum financial system, which is what a lot of people think that this is going into a financial digital currency like through Gates with these vaccines, when in actuality they're stopping that from happening. And we are going into a quantum financial system that we don't need these shots for. Also, the angel of the Holy Spirit, the pure of heart will see God. The Matrix has noticed you. Tsunami hits Great Britain. So there's some different things that go with this. But let me get rid of this here. So that was important, and how the lemons come together is also key with that, and also how basically that we think that they're showing us this code, and how they're all linked together. The Boronius, that they're showing us things. They're showing us these things for a reason. They of all the 82nd. By the way, the 82nd was also Michael Flynn and Richard Donahue, who's the new deputy AG. And they were in the 82nd Airborne, and the 82nd Airborne was also recently, as early as December, was going through war exercises. Okay, and this is a paratrooper group. I had some great feedback from some Snedheads today. Just wanted to share a few of those things because they're new. Some new things that popped up. One of them was from Gerald. Thank you, Gerald, for reaching out. Let me find that. And basically, let's see. These guys are a strike force. Why them? Ready to go in 18 hours. So was tonight the signal, right? Was last night the signal? They could deploy worldwide within 18 hours of notification, execute a parachute assault, conduct combat operations, and win. He went through a few things with the soldier in the T-shirt. Is Arun his name? Arun means dawn. Abisk means nothing. Arun is a Thai or Southeast Asian region name. His physical characteristics would fall in line with that. But then it gets into why did they use him? 68F is also a physical therapy specialist, Army job code, right? But all the people that they could use or take a picture of, they took a picture of this gentleman. That's what's important to remember. That this stuff is not by accident, right? This stuff is not by accident. So let me see. I don't think I can get you to that browser. Yeah, I can. Okay. But let me take that down because it's. I just want to do. Keep it on me for this. This is brief. The Arun Abisk 68F, the answer came up English 666, okay? Which, by the way, tells me the mark of the beast, right? And then when I did it, it was the mark of the beast, right? Devil's Storm, that was an exercise that ended on 12/11. That was the exercise that the 82nd was doing. Yeah, let's see. And he also tracked an unknown aircraft orbiting due south of Fort Bragg, home of the 82nd. It was there for 6.5 hours out of Jacksonville Naval Air Station. Drone, maybe? Why near Bragg for so long? My internet is not responding now, so no more answers. But that's Jerry. He's father's retired Army. He's lived on Army bases. And he's at AF Vet 8700 Twitter. AF Vet, like as an Air Force Vet 8700 on Twitter. Yeah, I know they don't see the browser. I didn't want to share the whole email if I didn't have permission to do so. So, but that was just, I wanted to share that one with you. And then the gematria on the Department of Defense here is I shared with you. So let me take that down. So just a few links there that tells me, guys, that they're showing us code, right? That they're giving us code on these different things. Now, let me see. And why is that not working there? Todd, any other thoughts on that?
Well, the other great thing about this, Dave, that I was just thinking about was I had so many other Snedheads that took my decode to a different level.
Yeah.
They all. I had a nurse, and I'm sorry, I had so many people send little snippets and what they thought about it that I keep them all straight, but. I had a nurse that actually said the diameter of that needle was not specifically the right size for the injection that she thought that it would be. And if you notice how quickly every time they inject it, you see them just punch it in, shoot it, and pull it out. It seems like every time I've gotten a shot, it's like they have to push it in longer. It doesn't seem like it's like a half a second thing. You know what I mean? So that was brought up, and also the positioning of the shot glasses. And this was just shared. Actually, Cindy has the phone that she told me, one of the Schned heads, and if she comes back in while we're still talking, I'll give her credit. She said the position of the shot glasses on the table would be at 10 and 2. And I hadn't caught that. I was just so excited that I got the main idea out of this that I tried to get it out as fast as I could so that people wouldn't be worried about their loved ones. Because I know, we all know what the shot was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see where there would be a high level of fear, and, you know, you'd be worried about your loved one in that situation. So hopefully this puts their mind at ease some.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still wouldn't be lining up and volunteering to get it, you know what I mean? But for our front line, for our nurses and doctors that are going to get it, and they have to get it, and for our military that has to get it, you know, as far as I know, for the forced people, I think you should rest a little bit easier.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Absolutely agree.
Because it's absolutely a message.
Mm-hmm. No question about it. That's true. So, you know, let's go to the decodes, and that that kind of came full circle. One of the things I was going to try to find was there was some kind of connection with, and I want to make this the last part of this topic before we can go on. And let me see if I can find it. There was definitely there was a link to at Bards FM, that was that got into what's actually in the vax. That's important, and I'm trying to find the other one, but it's not coming up. And it had to do with the lemon. And if you sent that to me, would you please send it to me in Gmail again? Because it was very fascinating about the lemon and what happens when you mix lemon with water and so forth. So this is key. I want to find that. So if please send that to me again if you're on. Let's go to your decodes from today, and then we'll come back to that if it comes back in. But it has to do with the actual contents of what they're shooting them with. That actually goes a long way towards actually healing this and supporting the immune system.
Right. It's a positive. It's a shot in the arm.
Yeah, literally. Like, it's not just saline, but it's something really good.
And when that's just generally said, you know, when you give somebody a shot in the arm, that's generally a specifically a positive.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So I'll find that. We'll bring that back up.
Now, what we ought to do, I don't know if all this stuff is buried on you can look on my page. I don't know how my page looks because I rarely go back to it after I post something.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I go back to it to just see, you know, if anybody's reacting or if anybody's seeing it. But I don't sit there and stare at it. I usually am on to the next thing. And last night it was just, you know, one after another. Just decodes were coming in every time I looked at a Twitter. It was a timestamp, it was a drop, and then I posted it.
Yeah. Okay. So let me go back to last night. And we're seeing let's see, 9 hours. Okay, so we got to get into Nigel. Now, 20 hours ago, General Flynn, 12:57, hostage no more. Should we go before that or after?
The hostage no more was a reference in the actual 17 drop. That was the final words in it before it signed off. So that was, and if you think of where General Flynn, what he's been through for the 3 years he was harassed.
Right.
I would say that's an immediate application to him.
Yeah. So here's one that came 7:50, February 12th. Let me take you guys with me here. Let's make sure I can get there with the window capture here.
And a lot of times, I do mine a little bit messy on purpose because I don't want to get flagged.
Right.
So I kind of just throw things at the wall, and they're not real. I don't take the time to draw the red lines, and I don't do the David Reiner breakdown.
Yeah, I remember you used to use this excuse in high school too. So
exactly.
It's nothing new.
Exactly. Dog ate my homework.
Exactly. So no, this is perfect. So 7:50, February 12th. What took you to 7:50?
That would have to be a timestamp, and usually I put in directly from POTUS, or is that?
Yeah, it's direct.
Direct. That's from POTUS.
Yeah, with the PayPay.
So, yeah, that goes right to President Trump's Twitter.
So this was interesting because yesterday we were talking about Big Pharma, and we were talking about the shot. And so our attack on Big Pharma came with a warning letter today. Message received, response forthcoming.
Yeah, I think that was a direct comm relating to their response to Big Pharma is going to be when they analyze the gosh, I don't want to even say the word.
When they find out what's in those vials.
Yeah, they're going to break those down, and they're going to have the proof they need to hang these people out to dry.
Yeah.
For trying to harm our soldiers and our citizens.
Remember, folks, it's called a vial. Just because they spell it VIAL versus VILE, okay, it's still vial. And this is important. Do you think President Trump is concerned about Big Pharma? No. He's already lowered drug prices more than any president in history. And they don't like him. They don't want him in office, folks. And so we believe that this is a takedown of that whole industry. And especially the industry which is ramped up, and we know that Gates is heavily invested in Pfizer, and Gates has the 060606 technology that can be put into the shot that will, it is literally the mark of the beast. That's why the comms are taking us to mark of the beast, folks. That's why they're taking us to, these comms are taking us where they're taking us, okay? So, let's go to the next one. This is a President timestamp 114. Could be big. U.S. military equals savior of mankind. We will never forget. Fantasyland. God save us all.
And these kind of terms, I don't take lightly.
Right.
Because we all know, if you follow 17 as long as we have, that we all know this ends militarily.
Yeah.
There's no other way to do it because the courts are corrupt, the legislators are corrupt, everything involved is corrupt. So in order to take the whole thing down, it has to go militarily. Mm-hmm. When these comms start ramping up like this, and there have been other periods where there's been a flutter of tweets that kind of make you think that maybe something's happening, and that's they say in the 17 drops that a lot of this information will be disinformation in order to not,
Yeah.
How do you catch a dangerous animal? Do you walk through the front door? That's a post, and you have to think that they don't want everybody to figure out everything about these posts. So they're tricky.
Yeah.
And even at the point where I'm at with so much saying something's going to happen tomorrow, I put the information out, okay?
Right.
So that people can see it, digest it, be ready for it. But I'm not saying that, yeah, tomorrow it's going to happen. I hope like everybody else that it does, but it's mainly an information dump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I see people on my page, should I be ready for tomorrow? And I would, at this point, I would always be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. We should always be ready. Here's the thing, folks. Is it ever a bad idea to be independent of your government? To be independently, like to be able to have a generator with plenty of gasoline, or a solar generator, or solar panels so you can be off the grid from the electric grid, which, by the way, we got to get to, because there are attacks on our infrastructure. There are attacks on our nuclear system. So it's always good to be able to have be able to get your own water, to be able to have your own masks. Like, I have real masks. So if there's a bio, weapon, or there's something in the air that's really harmful, I got masks for that. I've got food that would probably last me 3 months. Weapons to protect those things, and obviously the knowledge on how to use them, which is very important. Is it ever a bad idea to just be prepared? Like, what if you lost, you couldn't have access to food or water because of an earthquake, or because of a tornado, or something along those lines, depending on where you live. So always good to be prepared. And also it's even more important to be prepared in this day and age because of all the comms that we are getting. No question about it. No question about it. We also missed, did you want to go back to Ivanka's? Did you find those to be solid?
Ivanka was solid last night.
Yeah. Let me go to here. I think I went the wrong way, darn it. Okay. No, I'm missing it. The Eagle has landed. The biggest winner of our defense bill is China. What was the gematria on that?
Yeah, that was pretty big.
Was that my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us? Or that was the one from Varney?
I can't really remember right offhand. I've been doing so many.
Do you guys remember? Our brain is fried.
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing this since 7:30 this morning too, and I was up late last night. So I've been just, because I think we're close, and I don't want to miss anything right now. So I'm back kind of in the obsessive stage where I was relaxed for a long time and told you I didn't really need to know the minutia details of everything we were doing, throughout a period there. But now, since I'm feeling it amping up, I feel like it's close, and I want to be able to get the message out if I can find anything to allow people to know to be prepared for sure.
Right. Somebody asked, where's Todd on Twitter? He's not on Twitter. He got kicked off, both he and Cindy.
Death penalty.
By the way, what is blacked out at the bottom of God Save Us All? That's normally where 17 puts his mark.
I block those out so I don't get censored.
Okay, cool. Did you guys get that?
I've learned how to edit just to take all the 17s off of a post.
Uh-huh.
So all you have to do is go up to your edit picture and then hit the, get the black marker and I marker all of that out.
Todd, Frank says, does Trump Jr. ever put out any comms or messages?
Yes, he has.
He has in the past, but it doesn't seem to be very consistent.
Well, and honestly, I don't follow him unless everything else slows down. And I kind of just ran into Ivanka. I went to her page and I saw a picture and I was like, well, that's interesting. And that immediately caught my eye. So I just did a stamp on it and it hit. But usually I get enough business between President Trump, who sometimes tweets, 60 times a day.
Yeah.
And then you throw General Flynn and you throw Sidney Powell and then you throw, I don't do too much on timestamps on her, but I look for her content.
Yeah. So this was the Ivanka 454. That was the timestamp, yeah?
Yes.
On 454.
Yep.
Or 458, I'm sorry. And it says, thank you all for your trust, faith, and patriotism. We are privileged to serve you. Please pray for those who would lay down their lives to protect our freedom. You are safe. God bless.
And, on that one, it kind of almost sounded like she would say that. Something
I felt the exact same thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Right? Like
that,
she's grateful. She's grateful for all of the trust, faith, and patriotism because that's her dad. And this is her country. And this is her family, her children. Right? And she knows we're safe. And this is very maternal, right? Hey, you are safe, right? Women are very just protective and maternal and don't hurt my babies. And we got to make sure that we're safe. They're very, mother bears, and so it did feel like it could have come from her directly. But folks, why do you think they're doing this? I mean, there's 5,000 17 drops, and they're pointing us in these final days. They keep pointing us back and back and back to what we're seeing here. And it's all, the comms are like, okay, it's happening. The military is involved. You're safe. Pray for those who will put their life on the line. So this is fantastic, and we pray for them every night.
Yeah, and and it's what's amazing about it, Dave, is you'll have something in the 1200s, and you'll have something in the 300s, and they'll almost finish each other's sentences.
Right, exactly. They're all over the place. And so, but here's the other thing, folks. If you're new here, basically what we're doing is we're taking the timestamps from. This is how we do this. Is we do the timestamps from the tweet when POTUS tweets or Ivanka tweets, and we match those to the 17 drops, the numbers of the 17 drops, because she could have tweeted yesterday, Todd. She could have been like in the middle of her tweet at 4:58, and her son says, "Mommy, can you do this for?" And she sets her phone down and takes care of something. Next thing you know, it's 4:52. But that's not the way this works, right?
Right.
These are all like connected. Like they know when her tweet is going to go out. This is the AI that they're using to send these tweets out at exactly the times that match up with the messages that they're trying to share with us, because they need our help. They need our involvement. They need our prayers. They need our engagement. And that's why we do this here. That's why we engage.
And the other thing, Dave, is the fear. We want people not to fear this process. Yeah. And that's clearly the message that they give to us.
Yes.
And that's where I feel it's very important to, that people like us that do this kind of work, that's the message that we're getting. And, we're not saying, you're safe and you'll be all right, just prepare and, be ready. And we're not saying that because, to sugarcoat anything. We're saying it because that's what we're being told. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that message has to go out, because could you imagine if this wasn't part of the operation, and nobody knew. And the next thing you know, you have military walking down your streets with loaded weapons, and everybody would panic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at this rate, at least there's going to be whoever is lucky enough to hear, you know, what is going on through, you know, whatever means possible. At least that gives some of us an edge to know that this is going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Frank Jervosic, Todd, David, the other night Trump Jr. showed a video inside the White House Christmas party, showed the trees, and first tree was an NYPD sleeve badge, which seemed out of place.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's an example, Frank, right? You look at something like, wait a minute, why is that there, right? Why is that there? Why did they do it at this time? Why is that person in the picture? What's the person that you can barely see who's off screen, you know? What's going on there, you know? Where's the plane pointed in that Oval Office picture that Scavino dropped the other night? You know, stuff like that. And it might be a shout out to the NYPD because they know that the NYPD is being persecuted by the governor and the mayor and not being supported, and they've got, you know, crime is running rampant because they'll lock somebody up for something really serious like a violent crime, and they're out the next day. Why? Because chaos benefits the Democrats right now. Because the more the chaos they stir up, the more they can blame it on Trump and the more they can ask for funds. Todd, the direct from POTUS 5-5. Tell us about that. What time was that when he tweeted?
I am actually, let's see.
Remember?
Which one?
I can pull him up.
What does it actually say? Because the 5-5 I used is loud and clear.
Next week, boom, boom, boom. U.S. Marine Corps activated. U.S. 3.
Yeah, that was a direct tweet timestamp. That was... oh, here it is. That was at 9:55 yesterday evening.
Mm-hmm.
And 9:55 is the drop. And I thought that was huge.
9:55, yep. Absolutely. Again, he wasn't going to be interrupted and it went off at 9:56, guys. They're sending comms to us. Okay, that's awesome, brother. I think that's all of it.
You can see the theme. You know, a lot of it has military and things are happening.
Yeah.
So when you see a common theme over the course of many different Twitter feeds and timestamps, it's a good, you know, you're always confirmed. The other thing I wanted to kind of note to people is if you ever see like Dan Scavino or President Trump share a video, immediately look at how long it is.
Right.
And if there's any glitches in it, if there's glitches, that's a sign. Or if there are noises that don't make sense. Like the one that I really liked the other day was Dan Scavino that was showing the bomber, the stealth bomber. Mm-hmm. And right at the end of the video, you could hear a frog croak twice.
Right.
It was just like, I mean,
just something out of place.
It was just absolutely, you know, there's no frog.
Yeah.
It was totally showing the aircraft and then 2 frog croaks at the end. It was just fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So let's go to. Do you want to do the TAV now, or do you want to go elsewhere?
Well, I'll tell you what on the TAV.
Okay.
The TAV has 49 drop correlations to it.
Right.
It's almost a full show in itself.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But there are some amazing things that we've decoded over the course of getting about halfway through the drops.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his reference to whoever is the singer for the Tav songs. He refers to himself in this last song as Simba.
Yeah, tell us about that. Now, first of all, this is the plane, the front nose of a plane for TAV, right? And so speculation is possibly, is this John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr.? Is he alive? Was this his plane? Is this somebody that's talking to him? My Akashic record reader said that he is alive, but in a different body. She said it's very, very odd, but that she feels he is involved in this whole process, but he's not in the body that we think he is. I don't know exactly what that means. Maybe because he's older, or maybe he's, he did a jump to another body, but that he's got a contract that he's carrying out.
Or maybe that just referred to a different appearance. He's not appearing the way we saw him before.
Absolutely.
Being in disguise might correlate.
So why don't we just play it, and then Snedheads can see where we're at, and you guys can do a deep dive yourself if you'd like, down to some of the different pathways. Okay, and, so check this out. Go ahead.
And to preface this, just listen when you're listening to Tav. Listen for the numbers. Listen to the references, and also there is a written. The written music is below when you go to Tav on YouTube. Mm-hmm. You can click the down arrow will put the lyrics up, and there's other drops added in the lyrics, in written lyrics, that he doesn't mention those numbers, but they're reference points.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, let's check it out.
1, 2, 3, 4, unified once more. Plus, 1, 2, 3. What a team, 34. 1, 2, good guys keep winning. Line up in the one position. 23, top roar. That Falcon fly free, know what I mean, we know. Act 2, then 3, rooftop canopy, we go. Oh, what a scene for the family tree, Bordeaux. French gonna wine sour grapes on the vine. Wait for bacon, breakfast fine. Wave bye-bye, oh fly, eagle fly. Why not make that one eye dry? Could be a hoot when the who say why. Removing lines, irons hot, all the lies, owls caught, it's our time. So we shine, rain or shine, I'm not one to forget why. We do not forget like 9/11. New day of birth like Jesus present. For what it's worth, God watch from heaven. White hats like angels, you know we sent them. Verse Goliath, slingshot like Dennis. Heard around the world, now cues the menace. That service strong, refer to tennis. Make a blank page, rewrite Macbeth with. Get a clean slate for the pen to mend it. It's a date, wear your favorite sweater. Dress to the nines in the change of weather. And I'll pick you up around 11:11. Time is space, time, falcon fly. Blow a kiss, wave goodbye. X and O's need a hug, born a dream. Wake the sheep, do a deep dive. Like a ship, shine and see, find the key. Double meaning, iron eagle, wonder why. Try to find plus signs all the time, but at least plus be the lion. And Simba be their downfall. Roger that, calling all the balls. Back and forth like a looking glass, but it ain't for sport like a tennis match. Look here or there when the ball is fast. Eyes on D5, let it snow at last. First ballot Hall of Fame when the votes all match. And I think football for the touchdown pass. All still in the air, eyes on to catch. Make a play at second, insurrection act. Gonna seize the day, maybe do the math. We can all spitball till we fill that bath. Brainstorms ain't bad when you build that map. And when the play is fin, Falcons wings clap.
Yeah, pretty cool. I would say that there's so many things in there, Todd. One of the things that I picked out, for example, was the catching all the owls.
Yes.
Right, which is to me a reference to those that revere Moloch, the false idol, and the sacrifice. Human sacrifice to Moloch,
and the post references immediately go to that. There's a strong correlation. Whatever he has said, whatever he says in his lyrics, actually paint a good picture in the 17 map.
Nice. So it's kind of like this one song really kind of goes to a common theme that you're finding.
Yes, and
17.
Yes, and actually it takes whatever his catchphrases were there, and it expands on them and lets you know, it opens up more information. So there's, like I said, I believe there were 49 references to drops. 49. So 7 times 7.
Yeah.
See how that, everything's numbers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah, it's really amazing. It's kind of like that. Everything comes down to numbers, right? It's the dates, the letters, the words. It's all numerological, and it's all, and then we end up with zeros and ones, which is how you're watching this broadcast. So it's pretty cool how the gematria works, and how everything is down to numbers. It really is remarkable how that all comes together.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and everything in the universe is explained by numbers. Everything has a numerical value.
Yeah. And like Randy Thomas says, owls feed, hunt in the dark as well, and that these people are hunting in the dark as well. They're hunting in, they're kept out of the light by the mainstream media. So that's very, yeah. Michelle Sullivan, sacred geometry is the key to the universe. Absolutely. Absolutely. If the first thing in life is the cell. And when the cell duplicates itself, then you have the first symbol, which is the eye, the Vesica Pisces, and the lines that come down, and you see, a lot of people use the fish symbol for Jesus, when in actuality that is ancient sacred geometry that goes way back, and that is the first symbol, the Vesica Pisces, with the tails coming out, going into the other circle. And I've talked about that here. And then, of course, the Cabal will use it, and they'll put it in a pyramid, but they'll use it, their intentions are for evil, for control, because of the power in that, when in actuality, we can use it for our own benefit to show power. So that's cool. So how so if you guys want to break that down, then we can do that. I think that would be really good. If you guys wanted to, like, maybe take 10 things from it and go down the path and let us know what you come up with, right? Then the Simba, right? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a big one for me. He says Simba will take them down,
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reference to Simba immediately made me think of, okay, Simba was the baby lion in Lion King.
Right.
And his father was killed by his evil uncle in order to take over the empire. He set him up and he killed him. And then he assumed the position of king. And then Simba had to battle from his youth all the way up until he grew big and strong, and then he was able to take over and take Mufasa, or take his uncle out.
Exactly.
So if you reference that to a gentleman that we know of, that his father was king, basically in Camelot,
yeah,
and, you could equate that JFK Jr. was in a similar position, that his father was taken out by people, and he made a promise to come back, and if he had to tear the whole government down, he'd do it.
Yeah.
And, to get the people that did it to him, and it's the same old story. You know, this is playing out right in front of us. If this is, it's speculation, and we all hope it's true. But it's a pretty cool correlation to the song.
So, let me say this too, that Paisley just shared that sacred geometry was given to Baron Trump to decode, and Baron could be Simba.
Absolutely.
Well.
Absolutely.
That's a great call, Paisley. It's a great call.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was given the soccer ball, and he was,
the expert.
Yeah, and he's brilliant. He's I think he's an autist. Yeah, 369, Bryce. 369. Tesla said, if you understand 369, you'll unlock the keys to the universe. A few people are dropping that 1111 means war. It also means connection to the divine, but I have also seen where it also means war.
Yes, militarily it's used as war.
Yeah.
But also, when I was listening to 107 this morning, I happened to catch him live.
I watched a little bit of that. That was pretty good. What'd you think?
I thought, if anything, I learned a lot. I didn't know about the sunken sub with the nuke. Apparently, there was going to be a false flag. This was during the this was during the Vietnam War. And it's a long story, but there's a story about a sub that actually was off 300 miles off of Honolulu, Hawaii. It was supposed to launch a missile into Hawaii in order to escalate another false flag event to start wars like they always do.
Right.
But it was explained by Juan that it was the most expensive recovery ever done by the CIA.
Yes.
Yeah. To go 17,000 feet below the surface of the ocean to recover this submarine.
When was that done?
I believe it was during the Vietnam War. I thought that's what he referenced.
And what was the significance of that?
I think it was just a chaos event, to get, Russia was supplying China with their military equipment at that time, as he explained. And Russia was actually giving and the CIA was involved throughout. I mean, they've been involved in all of this. But the gist that I got was that by the time they sold anything to China, they were already on the next generation. So the subs that the Russians were creating at that time had a capability of launching missiles from below the surface of the water, and the submarine that was given at that point was only able to do it from the surface, and it had a really bad tracking. It didn't have any satellite tracking. So what they did was they triangulated on the island through radio signals. And they were going to just try to come as close as they could to their target that way. But it's very interesting. He's an interesting guy. I don't know I don't know who he is. You could some speculate that that's JFK. I don't hold that
Right.
fairly. But if your Akashic record's true, with the knowledge he has, that would be a different body in the same person.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I think the most important thing when we're thinking about different things like this is to be open to possibilities, because it's not like, if it's not like that shouldn't challenge any belief, right? We should just be open to, what's possible here, what could be, because the things that we're seeing with the 17 drops, Todd, are not possible
No.
in the thinking that we've grown up with.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's advanced.
We've seen with the communication and the connection and the timing it's, we've never seen anything like it. Humans have never seen anything like it. That's how big it is.
And the connection from one, even if you do the connection from the tweet to the timestamp to the drop, and then you do the timestamps that are relevant through that, that's not even a possibility in my mind that it was that anybody, that had to be a very high intelligence that did that.
Yeah.
And we're trying to learn it and keep up.
Yep. And it's a level of intelligence that we haven't witnessed on this planet in terms of communication and synchronicity and timing. It's really remarkable, and that's why we spend time on it, guys. 17, which is the 17th letter in the alphabet. That's why we say 17, because we'll get censored because they're trying to shut it down because they know how dangerous it is. They're trying to discredit it. Every mainstream media outlet you'll see will discredit the 17 movement, okay, and 17 themselves. And then they'll find maybe some anons that follow 17 that are doing something bad, and they'll try to link us all in with that type of person. That's how psychological operations are done. But trust me when I say that the reason we spend the amount of time we do on these drops is because it is the greatest information dump in the history of humanity. And you can find these on qalerts.app, qag.news, and you can just search. You can search by topic, you can search by number, and you'll be blown away when you follow people that really understand 17. You'll be blown away at the amount of true connection there is.
Well, and there's a lot of smarter people than us that have dug into this too, and also, have when they started when 17 started dropping, they knew he was dropping high level stuff. And when 17 they wanted to verify that he had a tie to POTUS, they did that through a 0 Delta timestamp tweet and a 17 drop at the same time. They were actually 3 seconds apart, and they said virtually the same thing.
Yep, exactly.
That was a way of proving to the Anons that POTUS was involved.
Yep, exactly. Awesome, guys. We're up to about 2,900 beautiful humans. Please share this out to your people, and so we're at an all-time high this week at 3,400 twice. So I thank you guys for sharing this, for sharing this with friends and family. I know a lot of people have gotten a lot of benefit out of this. And I'm glad you're here with us. I want to pull this up just, Todd, because it popped up and the Sned saw it, that War News had something while researching "Throw Them All Out." Peter Schweitzer. Now, if you don't know who Peter Schweitzer is, Peter Schweitzer basically did the book Clinton Cash, and he's basically an expert at finding real treason and real just corruption in our government. And so while researching his book Throw Them All Out, Peter Schweitzer found only one member of Congress against whom no allegations could be held, who had never taken a dime that was not his, had never cut any backroom deals, had never, simply put, played the game. J. Beauregard Sessions III. Look how young he is. So that's pretty cool. And Pat shared that with me over on Twitter. Appreciate you, Pat. And that is very very telling, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. And 17 confirms that. Trust Sessions.
Yeah, exactly. 17 confirms that. No question about it. Yeah, if it's buffering, guys, you can go out and come back in. Yeah, so Vonda says tomorrow marks 45 days since the election, and will Trump enact the Insurrection Act? So interesting what's going on with Radcliffe, okay? Because Radcliffe has come out publicly and said that he is not going to be ready until January. However, I don't think that's correct, and here's why. Because he had 45 days within the act of the September 12th, 2018, President Trump signed into law imposing certain sanctions on foreign interference in a United States election. And he had 45 days from the end of the election to present to the AG, Secretary of State, the Director of Homeland Security, and who else? And POTUS. I believe it doesn't even have to go to POTUS.
And it's probably stay out of it.
Yeah, no, POTUS is out of it. I said that last night, but and before. The Secretary of Defense, that's who I was thinking of, okay? And so he's got to report the evidence of problems from a foreign government. Now, we have all kinds of evidence, okay? We have Dominion's a foreign company, Skytle's a foreign company, the investments are foreign, China owns Dominion, we have Soros involved, we have our votes went into Frankfurt through Barcelona. All of our votes went to Frankfurt to be counted, to be processed. There's so much. I mean, we've got, China shipping and votes, printing ballots. We've got Chinese who have paid off a lot of these people in these local governments to do what they're doing. So, folks, this has got foreign influence all over it. Now, he has to do it within 40 days. Now, here's the thing to remember. He doesn't have to tell us within 45 days, Vonda. He doesn't have to tell us. He has to tell them. Homeland Security, Defense, Attorney General, Secretary of the Treasury, and the Secretary of State. And the President, actually, Todd. It does say the President in here.
Okay.
Which is which does make sense because it's not a legal issue. It's a national defense. It's a Homeland Security issue, right? Because it's a foreign entity. So this is DOJ. This is military, right? Because there's no reason why he can't declare war on China tomorrow. Okay,
Right.
why? Because they've waged war on us. And if you don't see that they've waged war on us, then you're not looking in the right place.
And
Because,
he really doesn't have to even declare war because we're in a state of war right now.
thank you. Yeah. We're in a state of war since September 4th, 2001.
September 14th.
14th, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
14th,
3 days after September 11th.
Yeah, yeah.
And that we're taken down. So that we have been in a state of war since then.
Yep, exactly. So it's not like he has to go to Congress for that. And so, Vonda, to answer your question, if it doesn't happen tomorrow, it's not that they can't use this, because part of this deal is that it can be all or partially classified. So he could have already had this meeting with all these heads, and it's classified, and we don't find out about it until January, but that they met before the 18th.
The other thing, Dave, is they've extended it because they didn't have the votes counted until 6 days, I believe, after I think they extended their own deadline by not having the votes counted. So therefore the election was not over on the 3rd.
Say that again. That was really important.
Okay. So the election was held on the 3rd, but that's not when it ended, because the counting of the votes continued on and on and on. That extended the period of time that our election was taking place. So that extends the amount of time that's available for the 45 days from the start.
Right.
So
Good point.
It might be a week, it might be 2 weeks, who knows? That definitely legally extended the period.
That's very true. It's a good point. Let's see.
Well, when I was telling you about, I thought Trump had a distance. What was bringing me back to that was President Trump's tweet that we alluded to earlier that led to the timestamp with the boom, boom, boom next week.
Right.
That actual tweet was, I have nothing to do with potential prosecution of Hunter Biden or the Biden family. It is just more fake news. Actually, I find it very sad to watch. So when it comes to their prosecution, he is distancing himself, but he won't be personally involved.
Right. Yep. And he doesn't have to be.
No.
There's more. He doesn't have to push this. The only way he would be have to get involved is if the people that are in that position aren't doing their job, but his job then is to hire somebody that's supposed to do their job.
Yeah, and since we're in a state of war, and he's already put us into a state of emergency since 2018 over the voting, that opens the door for not just that opens the door through military tribunals and not
exactly not getting tied up in court forever, right?
Yeah,
so
in courts that are probably going to have judges that, as we see, don't do their job.
Exactly. So this is a good point that Jennifer said, and Mindy are talking about the other day in the Oval Office with Scavino's tweet, right? And tell us what they did. Todd, do you have that handy, that breakdown with the plane and all that?
The Scavino tweet?
Yeah, but it was the breakdown of Scavino.
Yeah, that was...
who did that?
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Thank you, bud. But yeah, guys, that was... so they could have been meeting then, right, Mindy? And they couldn't say what that was all about, right? Angel Johnson said North Carolina was given to November 10 for the votes, right? So that, like Todd said, that extends that. So it's not really due on the Friday. Everyone else is saying it does, but that's one of those ways that they can kind of fool them, play with them, mess with them. Because remember, the anticipation of terror is greater than the terror itself, and that's what they keep putting in front of these people that are caught up in all this illegality. Is that they're fearful. They're like wondering when people are going to come breaking down their door and put them into handcuffs and take them away for the rest of their life, or taking them away for a quick military tribunal and execution. They know what they've done, folks. That's why they're fighting so hard to try to stop this. Rosemary, we covered the December 24th, 2020 as a holiday, which I brought up the other night. I thought that was very interesting, and also, some people think NESARA might be announced. NESARA might be announced on December 24th or December 25th. I know Charlie Ward mentioned that. Some other people. Well, if you've been following the global currency reset, NESARA as long as I have, which is well over 10 years, then we're waiting for it to happen any day. But that's been going on for a long time. But all of this had to take place, and POTUS had to be in to make this all happen the way it is. That would be amazing. What an amazing Christmas it would be, guys, right? Teresa, like maybe a stimulus before Christmas. And Teresa, I got to get back to you too. Thank you so much for all your awesome designs. We gotta talk in the next day or two, please. Let's see. So Lucia said, Liz Crokin, I was on IG one morning a few minutes after she posted only on her stories. It's only up for 24 hours. It was a pic of her in a hospital bed with a bloody bandage over her. Does anybody know what happened to Liz Crokin, and when was this, Lucia? Dan Scavino posted a pic of an eagle. Any significance? Jason asked. Well, the only significance is that an Anon had said, would you post a picture of an eagle the day before President's famous tweet is expected? And then the next day, he posted an eagle landing. So people were like, oh, I guess it's happening. But think about it. All the black hats that saw that, Todd, saw the Anon and then saw Scavino's eagle, they're like, oh no, it's going to happen. Goodbye, I love you. I love you, whatever, saying goodbye to family, their children that they'll never see again. And then it doesn't happen. And they're like, oh man, okay, whew. And then something else happens, like we get more comms, like it's going to happen this Friday, and they're like, oh my God, okay, I got to say my goodbyes, I got to, whatever. I mean, these people are on pins and needles, and think about how uncomfortable that is, and yet how much they had that coming, that kind of behavior, because of what they've done to humanity in this amount of time that they've been on this earth. But one of the things that Juan said, right? Bridget, thank you for your donation. Melanie, thank you for your donation as well. Appreciate you guys. And Jamie, thank you. And Wendy, thank you so much. So one of the things that let me see something here. Let me just set time, 8:20, 8:38, okay. So was that the big thing out of Juan today was the Chinese calendar. And the significance of the Chinese calendar is, what did I just do? Hold on. What was, Todd, was it 4?
It was the Chinese lunar calendar, year of the rat.
Yeah.
And it was 11/3, which is a marker.
Right. But I think it was on in terms of the wait a minute, where the heck is my Okay, let me pull this up. In terms of the Q, I think it's number 4, isn't it?
Oh,
number
15.
Is it 15? Okay.
Yeah, 3 5s.
3 5s. Okay. Which 5 is loud and clear. So let me take you to where I'm at, folks, and that is here we go.
Yeah, he did a great job of explaining the power of the triple numbers.
Awesome. So let me read this, and then we can talk about it a little bit. And then we'll take a break. I'll bring Rachel on with an incredible story about her story with her transformation of her health.
Cool.
And then we'll get back together because we got some more great stuff to cover. But 15, October 31st, 2017. There are more good people than bad. The wizards and warlocks, inside term, will not allow another satanic evil piece of shit control our country. Realize Soros, Clinton, Obama, Putin, etc. are all controlled by 3 families. The 4th was removed post-Trump's victory, which was, we believe, Saudi Arabia.
House of Saud, yes.
The House of Saud, yeah. 11-3, Podesta indicted. 11-6, Huma indicted. Okay? There's another one of these too, by the way. It was earlier. I think it's down where I was talking about. Manafort was placed into Trump's camp as well as others. The corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, 70% of the elected politicians would be in jail. You are seeing it already begin. A deep cleaning is occurring, and the prevention and defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. They never thought they were going to lose control of the presidency, not just Dems, and they thought they had control since making past mistakes, JFK, Reagan. Goodspeed, Patriots. P.S. Soros is targeted. So, Goodspeed, normally it's Godspeed, but Goodspeed.
Yeah.
So, if you can, share what Juan was doing. Oh, darn it, folks! I didn't have you with me. I'm sorry. This is the 15 post, and that was October 31st, 2017. Okay, this is 17 started posting on October 28th, 2017, and so this was it. Will you share what he shared about the 3s?
Well, he talked about the power and this goes back a long way, back into the occult, and they use spells and magic, basically black magic, and they feel that they get the power of the numbers that are in triplets. So that by 666,
Right.
Is such a common theme as far as a bad number.
Mm-hmm.
But that goes along with a lot of the other numerology that they use, and they use the numerology to communicate with each other, so that one elite that's involved will know from another elite by what time or what how long they do something, or if they send out any numerical code, it's picked up without, it's a symbol, and
Right.
so that it's almost known. If you're in that crowd, you know what it means, and that's it's important to note that he also explained the 1111 was signified the start date of World War I and the
Right.
finish date.
Yeah, say that again. That was huge.
Yeah, the World War I started on 11/11, on an 11/11 timing and on date, and it ended on 11/11.
Yep. So that's significant to the war, right? Or the connection to the divine. Again, everything that's good, is bad. The cross is good, but Satanists wear it upside down, right?
Absolutely flipping it upside down.
They flip all this, right? They flip everything good. Okay, they flip everything good. Somebody said, "Is this it is the Chinese lunar calendar?" And so it is. So that's another shout out, if you will, to China, right? Because these people are all completely bought and paid for by China. This is how China was trying to take over our nation. They knew that they could not do it militarily, and this was the takeout. So that's huge. So what I was looking for, Todd, is that there's another one other than 15. Let me go to 14. Because it says that he'll be taken out on 11/3, Podesta will be arrested, and then it will be made public on 11/4.
Yep.
And 11/4 is tomorrow.
Yes.
And so and again, this is in the Chinese Lunar New Year calendar, right? Which, by the way, predates our calendar by I don't know, a couple thousand years maybe. So very interesting.
What I did also, Dave, is since it was such an easy deal to flip 15 to 51.
Yeah.
That's always have to do the mirror.
Yeah, the mirror. 17 says not only watch the water, folks, but also do think mirror.
Yes.
So let's go to 51. Okay, I didn't find it in 1 through 15. Sneds, if you have these, if you know what I'm looking for, could you please drop the 17 drop? Because it says, Mary, it says that on that drop, but there's another drop that mentions Podesta. So 51, November 2nd, 2017, One Nation Under God. And wow, this is a good one, Todd. We love this one. We love this one. Hey, do you want to read this one?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
All righty. This was November 2nd, 2017 at 2:06:03, and it says, One Nation Under God. I've watched as society has been effectively addicted to mainstream media, apps, social media, games, music, all propaganda, and the moment you try to open anyone's eyes, you are shunned, being dumbed down, weakened, and groomed for passivity and stupidity through food and their addictions, like calf literally being fattened for a slaughter. And with all the race war propaganda and Pizzagate possibility, I became suicidal because I can't stand that no one will open their eyes and are being manipulated hard. I hope with all my heart that Trump is going to make good on his promise to MAGA and clean the swamp. I've been thinking about joining the Navy for corpsman Greenside, and I would love to serve under a Trump administration if he really does clean the swamp. We'll try to join regardless. No openings for corpsman right now, though. I hope that what O'Pannon says is true. I will be praying for O'Pannon and all who risk their lives for safety, and that the Lord will guide them, and praying that what he says is true. And we'll be praying for the spiritual edification of God for Trump and his complete safety in all of this. The pieces are coming together for me, and if this is true, those working with him are absolute geniuses, because I would never have imagined there would be any possible to take the monster of corruption that has overtaken this country. And there's some strange spelling in there. That's why I kind of stumbled. But and then 17 responds, well, actually, this is the White House.
Yeah.
Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. The time has come to take back our great land. The time is now. Rest assured, POTUS is backed by the absolute finest people alive, and are all dedicated to the eradication, evil, and corruption from the U.S. world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless and be safe. The White House. The WH.
Yeah.
Message received.
Message received, Todd. 555 led us to this. Loud and clear, okay, led us to this. The triple numbers of 5, the 15 talking about today with Podesta, and then Todd mirroring that and finding that this beautiful communication between a patriot who has lost hope in his country, but wants hope in Trump, and Trump responding to him in only the way. And I think this is a him, maybe a she, and President Trump responding. And if we're led to this, folks, do you see why in all the communication, 5,000 drops from 17, 5,000, and do you see why that is so valuable? That we're being led to these to communicate with us in a way that really makes sense. Yeah, that really is, because they know what we're going through. It's like, what's going to happen? What in the hell is going to happen? Are we going to war? Are these people going to get away with this? Or, is Biden going to be president? Or what's going to happen? We're going to have to go to martial law? A lot of questions at a time like this in human history, yeah? They're trying to provide us answers, right, Todd?
Yeah, and, along the same lines, since Juan said that, the triple numbers were so, so powerful for the other side, I thought since 15's made up of 555, I went there and I got confirmation.
Yep.
So you go to
Beautiful.
5, and it's what you want to hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you go to 555?
I'm gonna go there right now.
Yeah. It's simple, but it's something you want to hear.
And this is just what I was saying. Right? They're trying to tell us we got this. We are with you.
What do you want to feel what do you want to hear when you're alone and you feel like, that the world's going crazy and you don't know how to change it?
Right.
They're saying they got this. They know. We are with you.
Folks, in Terminator, do you remember John Connor said, if you are hearing this broadcast, you are the resistance. 17 is saying that if you're reading this and you have somewhat of a knowledge of what's going on, we are with you. That's powerful, especially when you understand that although this is speculation, we know that 17 is connected to POTUS. We know that 17 is connected with a very, very high-level intelligence operation, that it is a high-level intelligence operation. And so that brings it all together. So Todd, we got some more. What do you want to talk about after? I'm going to have call Rachel here in a sec and hear a great story and talk about a solution on how we can start off the new year, start off this new frequency, this new age of Aquarius, in a really positive note, health-wise and frequency-wise. What do you? Is there something you want to jump onto right when we come back?
Well, I can check Twitter and see if there's any timestamp deltas there, and also there's a continuation of this same theme on the triple numbers.
Right.
And the triple numbers are all absolute bombs. In
Beautiful.
Every 111, 222, all the way. They're all good.
Yep.
And since we were led to them today by any reason, I think it's significant to look at.
Well, one of the things that we find very powerful here, folks, is that we Todd and I, we follow our intuition, and we follow based on our knowledge of how this all works, and it really does serve us. I mean, here we have a day like yesterday where you went down one path, and I went down a total different path, and we ended up at the same place with confirmation that we're both spot on.
Yep, tied it together.
It was beautiful.
Yep,
it was beautiful.
Fantastic.
All right, brother. I'll call you here shortly.
Okay.
Thank you, man. Great work.
Thank you. Enjoy, Schneadheads.
Thanks, bud.
See ya.
All right, guys. So we're going to give Rachel Ballensat a call, who is just a fantastic woman, a real, just an incredible go-getter. I think I need to cut off Todd here first and make sure that that's freed up. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. So we are going to, this is going to be just a brief little interlude here, and you're going to meet somebody very special as soon as I can disconnect the others. Here we go. No, let me try that. Okay. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. How's everyone doing? You got a good drink next to you. You got your love next to you. You got some good vibes happening, folks. This is, one of the things that I get told quite a bit is that this broadcast brings a lot of you hope, and I've said it many times. It's not a false hope, it's a really intelligent hope, because Todd and I are able to really break down what's being communicated to us right now, and that's really fantastic, because it's like if somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about, your car's making a noise and they've never worked on a car, and they say, oh, everything's going to be okay, right? You're going to be fine. That might give you a hope, but it may be a false hope, because they don't really know what they're talking about. But if you go to a real mechanic who's done, a bunch of cars, has been doing it 14 years and knows cars inside and out, and he hears that noise, he may, and you trust him though, by the way, you've got to trust him, because if you go to some places that you don't trust, but he might say, you may have a rod loose. It may not be that, but I just want to brace you. It may be expensive or whatever. But I think it might be okay, because I think it might be this or this or this. And then you come back and it's like, you know what? You lucked out. It was this, and this. But he kind of gave you hope, but you were looking forward to that being possible, because this guy knew what he was talking about. And I think that's what you all get here on this broadcast, because you know the difference between a false hope and one that is not. And so let me see here. So let me see if you guys have. Let me see what's happening over here. So if you're having a glitch, let me suggest you go out and come back in. I haven't seen much of 107, guys. I don't really know much about him, but he's gotten a lot of juice lately. Oh, thank you, Barbara. You sent that. Thank you. Barbara Ann sent us, let me see, the time code, Dan Scavino time code that we were looking at just a second ago. Oh, this is interesting. That's a whole nother story. This is I got to check that out later, Barb. Is this it? The room? No, this is different. Okay, I definitely want to see that one, Barb, probably when Todd's back on, but what I was looking for was the Scavino pick from the other night. Do you have that? Okay. There we go. Let's see. Let's see if that's... Is that Rachel?
Hi, yes it is.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I was trying to connect with you. You're live. Welcome.
Well, thank you.
I was trying to connect with you through Facebook Messenger. Are you able to access that?
I didn't see anything coming through there.
If you go into Messenger, I'll call you there now.
Okay, I'm in Facebook Messenger now.
Okay, and it says unreachable. If you could find me and call me, that would be helpful.
Okay.
And that way I can have you in through the system. You'll sound a little bit better. You sound great now, but I'll get you in through the system.
S-N-E-D?
E-K.
S-N-E-D?
Yeah, E-K-E-R.
E-K. And it's the first name is Dave or David?
David.
David, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can...
Let's see.
It's just going in circles.
Why don't you hang up with me here and try that, and if not, we could do it this way.
Okay, sure. I'll call
Okay,
you back.
thanks. Everybody drink. Did I say bear with me? Mods, keep an eye on things, please, in the room. And let's see. Ramon says, if it wasn't a good show, I did not sit here till 6 in the morning. Thank you, Ramon. Where are you at, Ramon? Let's see. Let's see. So we'll try that. So Barb, what I was looking for was the one where Scavino says one day I'll be able to tell you what's happening. And that was the other day. Okay, so she's there. Let me try this. Why is this happening? Let me go out. I'm going to go out of Facebook and come back in, and we'll try this again. That may be part of the problem here. Let me try this. Guys, the bombs, the triple numbers are going to be huge when Todd comes back on. So definitely, if you do cut away, come back for that. And let's try this again here. Okay. Let me do this. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is, okay. That's why we weren't friends. We've been communicating through other means. We were not friends on Facebook. So Rachel, that's why. So by the way, so let's try that again. And just friend request me, and then we should be able to do it. Yeah, it doesn't let you call each other, obviously, if you're not a friend. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Yeah. You know what? We'll, I'll take care of that, Lorraine. I'll take care of that in a second, actually, because we'll put this to bed right here tonight. Excuse me, after Rachel. Okay. Let me see. There we go. So I'll tell you what, Rachel, we can do it. We can do it through. We'll do it through this way. That'll be fun. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, if you send me a text back on Messenger, I think it'll let us talk.
Okay, I just did. Okay. All right. All right.
Okay, cool. Now let's try it.
Okay, it's working now. Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, good.
All right. See ya. All right, guys, we're on target.
We got it.
Hey, we got it. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. Just enjoying the night. How are you?
I'm doing great. Welcome to the broadcast. We got about we had about 2,500, 2,600 people here live with us. Folks, this is Rachel Balansat, who is just a fabulous lady who I met through Purium. And can I show your Facebook page here?
Please.
Would that be all right? And some fabulous pictures here. We don't see all of you, but folks, this is Rachel. And tell us your story if you wouldn't mind, because it's a really exceptional story, and I wanted to share it with our group. And we're talking about, shifting with all the changes that are coming and getting healthier, getting stronger, starting the new year off right. Please share your story with this incredible product that you've been using.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. I'm glad that you're asking about that. This is really one of those times a year where everyone just is indulging, and so it's easy to start falling into cycles of feeling sick and feeling, getting the sugar blues, and then having guilt, feeling guilty, all those kinds of things, right? And I assure you, I felt the worst I could possibly feel about 5.5 years ago. I had been sick for around 9 years with Hashimoto's. I had an autoimmune disorder. I was overweight. I was exhausted. I had brain fog, which was kind of like having amnesia, in that I would struggle even when I was in the middle of sentences, trying to finish my sentences and remembering what the hell I was talking about. And I experienced just extreme adrenal fatigue. So it was just, really hard for me to get active. I would kind of force myself to go to the gym and do these little runs. And it was just work, it was just work, just staying alive. And I even got to a point where I was struggling financially. I'd been a wedding photographer, and I just didn't have the energy anymore to go to weddings. And I would even hire friends to come along with me, just so I'd have somebody to help me, support me. And, anyway, long story short is I'd heard about this company, Purium. I heard about this, 30-day transformation, and I saw someone sharing a story about it on social media, and I was like, let me have some of that. That looks like that might be able to help me a little bit. And there's a cleanse portion of it, and I thought, yeah, that's good. I know cleanses can be good. I might as well try it. Nothing else is working. And I'd also been working with like naturopaths and Ayurvedic practitioners and East-West doctors and Western doctors, and nothing was really doing anything. I tried changing my diet. I did all these different fad diets. I tried it, and keep paleo, vegan, you name it. Tried it all. So anyway, I embarked on this 30-day program, and about 10 days in, I felt so alive and so much energy that I literally jumped out of the bed in the morning. And also, I forgot to mention that my sleep was terrible. I would wake up through the night, especially like 3 a.m., 5 a.m., and then I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep, and it just sucked because I was tired. Yeah. And so I woke up one morning just completely refreshed, and I said, I need to go to the gym. I have so much energy. And I went to the gym, and I set it for my regular 4.1 miles an hour, and I'm like, turned out that was like a walking pace. I always thought that was running, but it just felt so slow, and I was like, this is nothing. So I just kept turning up the volume on this, going faster and faster till I increased it to about 6.9 miles an hour, and I just had so much energy. I was just running. And that was just a new day in paradise. I remember seeing my face in the reflection in front of me, and it was a big smile on my face. And I thought, wow, I haven't seen that smile in so long. I've been struggling, not going out, not being social, not feeling happy, feeling depressed. I'd also gone through some losses that year, lost my parents and a friend of mine. So, I just really needed something, and part of it was that I just made a decision, something's going to change. I'm going to change. I don't know what it is, but something's going to give. And so along came this Purium, this 30-day health transformation, and I literally just bounced back to life. And I kind of thought it would end. I'm like, okay, this will end once the cleanse, after the end of these 10 days, I'm going to go back to normal and feel crappy again, but I'll just live it up while I can. Well, I just stayed on these basic core 4 products, and my energy just kept going up and through the roof, and I lost 25 pounds. I felt really amazing, and I started working out just because I had so much energy. I felt so delighted and happy, and I was so motivated. I just wanted to work out all the time versus before when I would drag myself. Right. And someone said, hey, why don't you do a bodybuilding competition? And it was just so out of left field. It just seemed so beyond anything I could ever imagine.
I get that all the time, Rachel. So, for me, it's just water off a duck's back, but, I...
Yeah, well, you actually are.
No, I maybe one day I was close for a 6'9" guy. They don't have a lot of bodybuilding competitions for 6'9" guys, but I might have been okay back then.
Well, now that you're doing Purium, you're gonna have to join my next competition.
All right. You heard it here first, folks.
All right, May, you're gonna be with us. I promise you.
Am I gonna have to wear this fabulous black dress that you're wearing in these photos here?
Maybe we'll put you in a sparkly bikini.
Okay, there we go.
With some high heels.
I think we might be able to raise some money for charity for that one.
There you go.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Awesome.
So that's amazing. So folks on the InoctriNATION.com, if you go to market, or even on the front page, it's there as well. The home page will take you there as well. But basically, the thing that really did it for me, that kind of got my attention, was that Stephanie, a dear friend who kept talking to me about it and talking about glyphosate, because she knows I talk about a lot of things, how we got to get things out of our body, right? Mm-hmm. And when we get things out of our body that shouldn't be there, we can be healthier, we can live healthier lives. And so the big thing for me was that I wanted to go into was getting the what's called Biomedic. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, just in case people don't know what glyphosate is, it's Roundup. It's the toxin in Roundup's the primary ingredient, and this is a poison that kills weeds. It's just there to destroy weeds and herbicides. So it destroys a lot more than weeds. It destroys everything, and it's a desiccant. They use it in the drying process for wheat and things like that. It's one of the foods that has the highest amount of contamination is Cheerios. And so this is just in everything. It's on the park corners. Your dogs are walking in it. Your animals you're walking through it in the park. It's just everywhere. Yeah. So, the first product that's part of this 30-day transformation is the Biomedic. And this is it's actually a probiotic. It's a prebiotic and probiotic and a plus biotic. And it removes glyphosate. And studies show that it removes about 75% in 7 weeks.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And that's an independent study that was done, by the way, by the Detox Project.
Yes, the detoxproject.org. You can actually go to their website, and you can actually get tested for glyphosate through that website. You can order your test, and there's even little maps and lists that tell you all the different protein powders and things on the market that are high in glyphosate. So.
Yeah, guys, we link to their website as well if you want to learn more information about what's in our food. It's called the Detox Project.
Yeah.
And if you want to, get healthy and start off 2021 in just an incredible way, we're doing the 30-day. We're kind of easing into it because of the holidays and everything, but we just ordered another one. Tell us about financially when you were like really in bad shape.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people out there, they want to eat healthier, but financially they can't. Like, for example, we ordered, when you click on our link in the InoctriNATION, it'll take you to what we're using in our family. It's called the Ultimate Lifestyle Transformation, and that's $419. But through if you use Snedecation, capital S Snedecation, you can get it for $314.
That's your code.
And that's the code that you put in. Or if you link through the website and go straight to this, you can get it. But it'll ask you for the code, and it's Snedecation. And so that's through the website, theindoctrination.com. So this is the whole thing about the shakes. So tell us about the financial aspect. When they're spending $314, are they also buying food for that period of time, or how does that work?
Yeah, so basically this is going to be 60 meals for the 30 days. So you're going to get approximately 2 meals a day from this pack, right? 2 of your meals a day are going to be replaced by they're shakes. They're organic, totally amazing superfood powders. And you're going to eat food with it. You're going to have like all different kinds of produce and vegetables, and there's like a phase in and phase out. So, you can just add this to your diet your first 10 days. You don't have to change things out. You just add this in your first 10 days once a day. That way you're kind of building up and slowly detoxing. And then for 10 days, you're doing it 3 times a day. You're still having fruits and vegetables. And then you go to twice a day, which is kind of the lifestyle that a lot of people like to live that way.
Yeah.
They can do it once a day or twice a day ongoing. And that's where you are, adding foods back in. So it's really, and everything, the instructions come with it. It's really easy. It's actually so much easier than, it's a vacation from the kitchen. And if you're somebody who likes to eat out, this is going to save you tons of money. And even if you make food at home, this will save you money, because I always ask people, if I give you $2.50 and if I ask you, Dave, I want you to come back and give me a meal that has the protein of 3 eggs, the nutrients of 36 organic vegetables, the fiber of 8 slices of whole grain bread, and the omega-3s of a salmon, what would you bring me? And the answer is, actually the super meal. The super meal. One of the shakes that comes with the pack. I recommend getting the variety pack. It's got one of every different kind of shake in there, so you can really have some variety and stuff through the month. And it's just amazing what it can do. I've had so many people have incredible transformations. I've seen people who are diabetic who no longer be diabetic. I've seen people who were struggling from Lyme disease and just in excruciating pain recover from pain. See a lot of people, all different, so many different kinds of testimonials. Like, it's just great, support. It's great nutritional support for any kind of autoimmune disorder. It's amazing for athletes. It's amazing for people wanting to lose weight. My friend Chris lost 208 pounds in 1 year last year.
Wow. 208 pounds.
Yep, in 1 year. So, and then.
Wow. And healthily, like he wasn't looking emaciated or anything. He was doing.
Yeah, well, he was 500 pounds. So he really, and he was just, he said he didn't have cravings, that he actually naturally kind of even became vegan because he just felt everything just kind of fell away. His cravings went away. It just became a really a lifestyle. So anyway, it's about $11 a day. It's $11 a day for 30 meals.
Wow.
60 meals. So that's 2 meals a day for $11 plus your supplements. So it's just incredible. It's just got, it's got this protein powder. It's got these amazing superfoods. It's got one of the shakes has different things like these adaptogenic herbs and mushrooms and things.
Yeah,
and
the ingredients are incredible.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
The super amino is amazing for toning the body and just developing muscle. And so there's stuff in there for anyone, even people who are trying to gain weight. There's a weight gain protocol. So if you're somebody who has any questions, you can always reach out to us and we'll help you get set up. But it's pretty much the variety pack is kind of a one size fits all, and we got a support group too.
Yeah, so there's a lot of support during the week that I haven't tapped into yet, but we also have the Snedheads. We have at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. You guys can come on. You can learn a lot more about this. Rachel will join us sometimes. Stephanie will be there, and we can walk you through it. And also those that have it, many of you have bought this. Thank you, because it does support the broadcast. Many of you have bought this and are now getting the support to stay on track with it, right? To stay on track, because that's the thing, is I didn't want to just offer products here as a way to, help my audience and myself, but also to offer the support with that as well.
That's absolutely. There's also another way people can support the show.
Yes, tell us about that.
Well, another way people can support the show is if they want to become an affiliate with your broadcast, then they can. I don't know how that works out through your website, but if you're interested in that, this is something that you can share, especially if you have a social media following or whatever. You can actually get your own gift code with it. It doesn't cost anything to have that. If you want to become a brand partner or an affiliate, you'll get your own code, and then you can share it with people.
Yeah, and if you share it with a couple people, yours ends up being pretty much free, yeah?
Yeah, it pays for your product if you share it with a few people, yeah.
Yeah, so sharing with the good story with just a few people, and you're eating for free, all this good stuff. That's not a bad deal. So, and I know there are a lot of people that are looking for something, especially out of their jobs or at home, trying to get something from at home. Yeah. So that's been very good to you, because it's this. When did you decide to make it a business, and why?
Well,
we'll wrap up with that.
So I was so sick that I was not working much. I was doing about one wedding a month, and I ended up living in my car at some point. And I just was able to. I found it. First of all, this was the cheapest fast food for anyone who's homeless. This was the most amazing way to eat healthier than anyone else around me. Yet I was living in my car, and I was also eating more cheaply than anyone else. It was
$11 a day. That's hard to beat.
$11 a day, yeah. And so
meals.
It saved me about $300 off my grocery bill. So it was really an incredible way to save money.
Yeah.
And then, I started sharing this with my friends and family. People were really amazed by how healthy I was getting. People were really, really just, excited for me, and people wanted to support me too. So in about 4 months, I was able to let go of my wedding photography business, and within a year, I was supporting my family in the Philippines. I was able to help send 3 of my nephews and nieces to college, nephew and nieces to college. I was able to help start businesses for my brother and my 2 brothers and sister in the Philippines. So this has been a way this is and what you're supporting too, not just us, but your dollar goes a long way in terms of what it's actually supporting. I mean, there are these 200 farms. May I talk about this for a moment, David?
Sure.
So there are these,
and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay, so we'll just finish here. But the 200 farms in Thailand were basically about to get usurped by Monsanto Bayer, right? Who were the glyphosate company. So we said, hey, you can just grow brown rice for us and just continue to stay organic, and we'll pay you fair wages, and even if the market changes, we'll pay you fairly. So we actually gave them an opportunity to say no to Monsanto, these 200 farmers. And on top of that, we've also been supporting this orphanage for girls who were rescued from sex trafficking in Thailand. So your dollars are supporting this incredible sanctuary for girls. So, we give back as much as we can. He has a really amazing heart. And the founder of the company is a person who actually lobbied and got us the USDA organic food label, David Sandoval and Amy Venner. They're amazing in their own right.
I want to have them on as well.
Love it.
Yeah, amazing people, amazing company, folks. I mean, 2 of the major things we talk about here are how we're being poisoned as humanity, and how we can not only stop that from happening, but reverse it, which is what I found with Purium, but also look at what they're doing with keeping these companies out of these small farms, out of these countries, and what they're doing for the soil and for the surrounding area, and the children that are being trafficked. I mean, that's why I do this. I mean, this is crazy hours that I do, and it's because of the human trafficking and the children that are going missing every day. And so we're shining the light in that darkness, and a lot of the a lot of my audience is just that's numero uno when it comes to what we're going to focus on here.
Yeah.
So amazing story. Thank you so much, Rachel, and beautiful photos, by the way. Great job getting ready for this bodybuilding competition. What a transformation.
Thanks.
And guys, if you want to reach out to Rachel on Facebook, you see her name right here. Let me make sure you guys are with me. Yes, I do that quite often. Rachel Dolma Balunsat, Balunsat. And then, of course, many of you know Stephanie Dawn, and Stephanie Dawn is there to help you as well, and I am as well, guys. If you want to reach out to me, as you know, this is Stephanie Dawn, Radiant Living Priestess. She's absolutely fabulous, and she's kicked stage 4 breast cancer, and
right.
she attributes doing that with what her change in lifestyle with getting these things out of her body. So thank you so much, Rachel. I look forward to our next time together Saturday. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk on Saturday.
Okay, much love and thanks so much.
Thank you. Aloha.
All right, aloha. Bye-bye. All right, folks. Yeah, there you go. Thanks for hanging in there with me on that. I am all this stuff that we're sharing, folks, is about supporting the broadcast, supporting each other, and also supporting you. I want to give more than just information for your dollars, because I do believe that there should be no dollar amount that gets in the way between the information and your ears, and so. Because we all need to learn about the stuff that Todd and I are talking about. So awesome. So listen. I want to address something, and I don't want to talk too much about it because I want to have a conversation, and I don't want to get into a negative space, but. What is a lot of you are asking me about Kellyanne, and so there were some issues, and I reached out to her on Wednesday because she was going through some health issues. I reached out to her on Wednesday, and we had a conversation. We had a very nice conversation, and I actually thought we were going in the right direction. And I said we're going to talk. We'll talk tomorrow, the next day, and we didn't talk yesterday, which was the tomorrow. But the comments in the chat and the negativity is part of what I was talking about at the beginning of this broadcast. And we were going in a good direction. And what she's saying, I'm sorry, is not true. I never said that I don't want you on the broadcast. And I never said that you'll never be on the broadcast again. And these are two things I'm seeing from, by the way, said by the woman the other night who was getting all over everybody because you wouldn't donate $1, okay? Who I've, unfriended because I don't know what's going on there, but it's not all coming together, all right? So this is not true. Yeah, pray for Kellyanne. So Kellyanne, by the way, I tried to call you today to try to get to the bottom of what's going on here, because all this negativity in the chat, because I wasn't having you on and throwing up bullshit emojis and things like that doesn't fly with me. Okay, communication, which I tried to do today with you, that's what I tried to do. Okay, you've been very good to this show. I've been very good to you, and that has never stopped, by the way. And the only time that may have even been questionable was when I didn't have you on for a period of time because you were ill, and then because I needed to talk to you after you were done with all the stuff that was going on about the things I was hearing, about not giving people credit for their work, and also, and I don't want to get too much into it because I wanted to have this conversation with you, but you guys you're blowing up the chat. You're causing all this drama, and this isn't about you. It's not about me. This is about we're on the precipice here, and we got this nonsense going on. So I want it to stop. and we can have a conversation. All right. But what's going on here? It's not good. And what I said is, I never said that to you. We were actually in a good place on Wednesday. We're not in a good place now. Okay? And that's because of the chats that you were putting out there last night, and that's because of what's going on tonight. So that's on you. All right? So, and I reached out to you, and you know I did, and you didn't take my call. So, you know, whatever's going on with you, you know, maybe you can share that with me, and maybe we can move forward. But I'm not going to have this drama. Okay? There was that's why I tried to get that out of the way at the beginning of tonight, and so we wouldn't have to talk about it, because I wanted to talk to you about having this conversation publicly. So, you know, just, you know, knock out the negativity. And I never said that. Never said I didn't want you on the show. And you know that. You know that. You were a nice asset to this company, to this project. You were a nice asset. So, and I thank you for that, but I'm not thanking you for the stuff that's going on now and the division that you're trying to cause here, because it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So, Todd, let's jump back on the horse here, my man, and then we'll get through some bombs here tonight. Thank you, guys. This is going to be awesome, because here's the thing we need to focus on, guys. We really need to keep our eye on the ball. That's why this isn't about Kellyanne tonight, okay? It's not about anybody that's having a problem with Kellyanne. This is about what the hell's going to happen tomorrow or the next day or the next day, okay? Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Here's Todd.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, brother.
Hey, buddy. Hey, thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Anita. Appreciate you. Thank you, Stephanie, for your support. Hey, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. That was a really good product demo there, because I learned a little bit.
Yeah, isn't she awesome?
Question: Will I turn into that if I do
it? We might not have to put you. We might not have to. We might have to get a bigger dress, but that's fine.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a scary thought for me.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah. So, so tell me what's the next step for you in terms of, in terms of trying to figure out what's going on in the next couple of days. Thank you, Carla.
Well, I think we need to really pay attention to, the people that are sending us information and comms. That's why I kind of continue to stay on the president's Twitter and the regular, the higher levels even, because it's so significant to stay there. If they're going to say anything, that's how they're going to say it. They're not going to come out. One thing in particular I look for is the arrest of Podesta, because if the markers are all right, and today is 11/3 on the Chinese lunar calendar, and tomorrow is 11/4, then it's possibility that maybe we find something out tomorrow on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it was basically, I think a couple of the Sneds dropped to me that it was maybe 34 that had that. If not, yeah, here it is. Thank you, guys. So let me pull this up. So Todd, this was the one I was looking for. I thought it was sooner, but it was later. 34. They were all like in 3 days, guys. There were a lot of them. So that's why it's a little confusing, but because they just started October 28th. Q Clearance Patriot, my fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, and this is so important, guys, because I believe that right now they're talking to us right now, okay? My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11/3, which is today, in the lunar calendar, upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11/4. Okay, so that's tomorrow. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. So confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed. Now, it doesn't say specifically on the 4th, right? That he's arrested 11/4, but then the confirmation will then be revealed. So maybe then or soon after then, right?
Yeah, and also it could be disinformation completely.
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely.
We always have to keep that in mind, that they're not always telling us that, here's what we're going to do and this is what's
Right.
going to happen. So
Right.
you have to stay mobile. I mean, and you have to
Yep.
you have to just look at the overall information, and when you see it going one
Yeah.
way, like I did last night, I just felt like there was more activity and it was all saying the same thing. So it feels like it's amping up, if anything.
Yeah. So listen, if you look at when I read this, I thought it was going to be November 3rd, 2017, because I read this on November 1st, 2017. And so I thought it was going to be 2017. Then when that didn't happen, then I thought, well, it's going to happen 2018. That didn't happen. 2019. That didn't happen. 2020. That didn't happen. Okay? So maybe it's not going to happen. I know it's going to, or maybe it already did. Okay? Or maybe they're using the lunar calendar and the possibility is today and tomorrow. So that could be the disinformation, if you will, that they threw us down that path, right? Okay. So here's the thing. So confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EMS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news, to all citizens. Organizations and/or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. That's pretty powerful and pretty dialed into what what's going on now.
Right. And I kind of skipped over one thing last night that was very important from Dan Scavino. He had a very, very interesting little video that he posted. I don't know if you've seen it.
No. Is that the decode of the Oval Office?
No.
Okay. Because there's another one that Barb was sending us that.
Yeah, I didn't even get into that one, and Cindy showed me some of that, and I was like, "Whoa, that's pretty cool."
Yeah, Barbara, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, she's really good.
Yeah.
This go to Dan Scavino, and it's like the second one down. It's an
Take
old.
care of yourself, Doc
Yeah.
Morris.
Yes.
Okay.
This is a powerful message along with a really good timestamp.
Okay, cool. So guys, let's check out this message here. Let me make sure I got you with me here. This is Dan Scavino, and it looks like it was 23 hours ago. Okay. There we go. Well, already then.
Isn't that awesome?
Wow. Wow. That was really powerful, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's everybody choked up.
Miss some CD says, "I'm not crying, you're crying."
It's just, it was so unexpected. I was,
Wow.
he's got so many posts that are, of airplanes and rockets,
Yeah.
all that, and then I'm like, oh, what is this? And then it just hit. It's like, whoa.
By the way, Todd, this on the day that Anthony Fauci says that we shouldn't get together with our families for Christmas.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
How many Christmases do we all have left?
Thank you. Guys, if we don't live for every day, see, that's one of the major problems that we've allowed to take over our planet, is that we are not living for every day like it's our last. And we are shying away from people and cowering from people and not hugging, not shaking hands, not engaging with each other. It's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. And the human body needs interaction, needs connection. An infant will die without human connection. A baby needs human connection. Humans need connection. So how fabulous this was on. Now there's a couple things that come to mind here. One is the 220 length of it, and the other is 11:51 timestamp. Which would you like to
Well,
go with?
I was so busy doing timestamps last night. I did the timestamp first, and then went back and watched it, and I was like, "Oh my God!" But you have to do the 12:51 timestamp.
12:51 timestamp. Okay, now are we on? Tell me what we're on now. Here are we all on 11:51 or what's going on?
No, that was a Central Time conversion to 12 to Eastern.
Okay, because mine says 11:51 though.
Yeah, I think you're getting Central also, and I don't understand why.
Wow.
Because I did it by the clock last night.
Okay.
I looked at the clock and measured, what it would be where, and
Yeah.
so that's how I changed it, because they've been mixing up those timestamps on us.
Wow. So 12:51, April 23rd, 2018. Listen carefully. Trust the plan. And do we need that link?
Yeah, I just go by the wordage there because I assume they had links. 90% of them don't even open up, but this one may open up because it's not a direct link.
This is the one. What comes up is the video that will get Donald Trump elected.
Oh, gotcha.
Which we've all seen, which is
Yep.
awesome.
It's an awesome.
Yeah. And if you guys haven't seen that, go check out the video that will get Donald Trump elected. And so listen carefully. Trust the plan. Listen carefully. Trust the plan. Because right now, what are we dealing with right now? A lot of us aren't trusting it, right? A lot of it is not. We're not trusting it.
Well, and what's at stake is what Dan pointed out.
Yeah.
That's what's at stake. Not being able to have a grandfather, I assume, pick up his grandchild. And so I think the message is they know we're hurting.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's awesome. And yeah, I'm a Barton, Oregon, went down the 12:51 timestamp rabbit hole last night.
Yep.
And so where would you like to go from here? And by the way, just so I put it in your head as well, Paul is saying try 6:33 of the clock in the video.
Hey, good idea.
Yeah, Mike's saying that too. So is Angel. So is Daryl. So is Sandy. You guys are awesome. Pete, Mike. Yeah, Mike again. Sandy, great. Should we do that before we go down the 12:51 rabbit hole?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see what 6:33 has to say. That was the time on the alarm clock that he shut off, that he woke up to. From the last thread, Anon posted that Signal is owned by Freedom of the Press Foundation. This is a chat app the FISA conspirators use for comms. Also kept getting 404 or thread pruned or deleted messages when trying to post, but here now. Updated spreadsheet and many good answers. Thank you all. So this was interesting, Todd, because this is people that were using the chat app Signal that were the deep state FISA conspirators were communicating. What they didn't know is that they were being listened to, and they knew that they were using it. And so much for that. So they've got those communications. So, and so they've got, yeah. Because remember, guys, the NSA is on our side. Admiral Rogers was the one that told President Trump he was being spied on. And that's when he left Trump Tower and went to New Jersey and said that President Obama was spying on him, and everyone made fun of him. So from the 1251, Todd, do you want to go 524, 2422? What would you like to do?
I think, let's see.
We were down at 632. We can go to 524 if you'd like.
Yeah, let's go to 524.
Okay. January 13th, 2018, Loop Capital, CEOs, BODs, boards of directors, paying to play, slush fund, Hussein, won, $29 million Singapore. We don't say his name, that was McCain, 19 million Singapore. Why don't we say his name? HRCBC, 15 million, Banco de Mexico, NP, 8 million, Deutsche Bank USA. Think about all the murder of the man who was the lawyer on that case on Deutsche Bank, who was the husband of the woman who was on the case of Ghislaine Maxwell. Hey guys, let's. I'm just hearing there's a lot of negativity on the boards, on the chats. So let's just please get into a positive mode here. Not make it about us. And if that doesn't shift, mods, would you just just clear house? This is I got no time for this in my life, folks. Honestly, I'm not doing this so that I can put up with a bunch of negative people that aren't here to make this world a better place. If you're not, then just go somewhere else. That's all. And so follow the money, focus on loudest voices in Washington, net worth reconcile. So that goes down through all these bad people, folks, that are about to be arrested. Okay, are absolutely corrupt to the core, and they've been taking a lot of money from a lot of foreign entities for a very, very long time. Todd, NP, I'm forgetting NP. Nancy Pelosi, thank you. Thanks,
no problem.
Todd. Appreciate that. You're such a big help.
No problem.
All right. So that was 524. Cool.
524, and let's see.
Got 1045. If we go down there, this is interesting. This leads us, folks. Okay, the Scavino 633 on the alarm clock of the elderly man who was working out so he could lift up his granddaughter to put the star on the tree. Oh my God, I'm going to watch that 100 times.
Yeah.
So 633 took us to the timestamp of 633, which is 1045. And look what we have here. Fake pic push by MSM. Videos backup. Google kill. YouTube kill. Facebook kill. Twitter kill. Yahoo kill. Bing kill. Instagram kill. Net will be paused. Hammer. On the clock. The old man was hitting the clock.
Yep.
17. Folks, look at this stuff, right? Look at it. Look at what's coming. Look what's happening here. Look what they're communicating to us. And then an Anon says to 17, how soon? And Anon, 17 says, we don't inform our enemies of the specifics. You were just saying this earlier, Todd. We instead instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous countermoves. Okay? Fantastic. We're going to go down here further, but I want to just show you something here. Hold on. That we're going to, here's what you got to look forward here to, folks. Barbara Ann Herron has agreed to come on and do a deep dive into this incredible post that she made about these pictures of the Oval Office.
Cool.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome. Barbara, great job.
Yep.
Yeah. So we haven't had her on in way too long, by the way.
Yeah.
So it'd be good to have her back on with us.
Exactly.
So all right. So this is awesome. So now when you have a huge hit like this, guys, we keep going, right? And since it was the first four letters, or first four numbers, I could go to 3274 and see if that continues down this path. Enjoy the show, VIP Patriot. And this is a tweet. Almost there. Welcome back to Michigan, Mr. President. My POTUS now and in 2020. And there's a man with a white rabbit hat with a Q on, and he's in Michigan there, folks. Which, by the way, President Trump won Michigan. Okay, this is and that's going to be revealed. So that takes us there. Enjoy the show. We're telling you we're watching the show, right? VIP Patriots. Then it goes to 429 or 2930. Since we're staying at the beginning, we can go 429.3. See what that takes us. And let's see. Senate committee authorizes subpoena in GOP's Hunter Biden Burisma investigation. So this takes us to one of the dominoes that's falling, which is Hunter Biden, right? And his father running for, who ran for president and is trying to steal the election, and yet he's completely compromised by the Chinese Communist Party and Ukraine and Russia. Because his son has taken a lot of money from all those organizations, including Iran. And we actually have evidence to that, actual internal documents, internal emails from Hunter Biden. And by the way, don't forget Bobulinski, the Biden's partner, has absolutely said that the big guy, who they're supposed to give a certain percentage of, is thank you guys, sorry about that. The big guy is Hunter is Joe Biden, and so he was actually partners with the largest oil company in China, CFE. What is it? CEFC, which is the oil company in China, which is owned by the Chinese Communist Party. And literally, Hunter called the office of the setup where he has his office and said to the receptionist, I need 3 more keys made for my partners, and or for my, I can't remember the word he used, and he actually gave the names, and the names were his father and the head of the Chinese Communist Party oil company. So this is going to come out, folks. You're going to see this. Biden's not going to the White House, folks. Joe Biden is not going to the White House. He's going to the big house.
The big guy will be in the big house.
Big guy in the big house on Cuba, on the island of Cuba.
He's shot.
He's shot. So, meanwhile, the Democrats on the Homeland Security Committee have decried the investigation and the subpoena, arguing that they should be focused on coronavirus-related issues during the ongoing pandemic and prioritize it over politics. In a letter sent to Johnson on Tuesday, Senator Kamala Harris of California renewed her calls for another COVID-19 hearing, noting that the committee hasn't held one since early March. DNC Media MSM echoed chamber push. Is this about the virus or preventing exposure of Democrat corruption? Is this about the virus or locking Republican-controlled Senate from investigating Democrat FISA Biden other corruption? Is this about the virus or the election? Very, very important stuff there, folks. and then eventually this will stop, being relevant. Because remember, guys, there's a lot of posts that will pop up here that aren't relevant, and you know that's where you stop. 1435. I'm sorry, hold on. 1435. There we go. Total embarrassment to American law enforcement. What is this? Sometimes conspiracy theories are not theory. Nellie Orr is the wife of DOJ Deputy Bruce Orr, and she's an employee with Fusion GPS. Why would she apply for a ham radio license a month after Fusion GPS contracted with MI6 agent Christopher Steele? Okay. Nellie Orr, ham radio. Avoid NASA data collection. It failed. Remember how I told you they had the signal comms that they thought they were communicating privately? They didn't. They weren't. We had the comms. The ham radio, they knew that she applied for the ham radio because they were already on her tail. They already knew that she was a part of this corrupt organization to take down Donald John Trump by, using Christopher Steele in this fake dossier to get it. That's why Mueller could not pin anything on Trump after $40 million. They did this to avoid NSA data collection. It failed. She was communicating with Christopher Steele. Do you see how they already have all this? And they already probably have made a deal with her? Yeah, this is these are the people that are going down, folks. That's why this is so exciting. It's just amazing. Go ahead.
That's what next shoe to drop could possibly be some. If we're going into Suicide Weekend, that could be big. And also, these people that you've been saying, well, people are getting nervous and they're worried if that knock on the door is coming. Some of these people might cave to the pressure here soon and start turning if they already haven't. Because the first one to cut the deals is always get the best deal.
Yeah.
If they feel like they're in a position where they're not going to lose a family member or be in danger as a family, there's that some of these people have turned or will turn soon.
Tom says, this is a great show tonight. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that feedback. So Karen Todd asks, what is Suicide Weekend? Do you want to take that since you brought it up?
Yeah, in the drops, as we go down and as we went up and as we went down, it was noticeable. Everybody talked about Suicide Weekend. It's actually a calendar that actually has a week of booms. It's actually a series. It's boom weeks.
Snedheads, do you have that 17 drop?
Yeah, they make the shape of a gun with booms on a calendar, and meaning that there are going to be a lot of activity during those weeks.
Right.
Maybe arrests, maybe just a lot of news, just boom, boom, boom every day, and they form a pistol, a 9mm, and at the end of that comes Suicide Weekend, which is where we think that the pressure gets too great on these people who know they're going to get caught. They have no option but life in prison or the death penalty, and they take the easy way out. And we haven't seen that yet. So that's a marker we're looking for.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why I don't know if anything's going to happen tomorrow or not.
Right. Because Suicide Weekend was supposed to happen before.
Yeah. But like we were talking about earlier, there's as much disinformation as there is information in a lot of this. And it has to be, because they can't, you know, they can't just say, hey, tomorrow we're coming to get you, because it gives them an opportunity to prepare or flee or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you want it to be a surprise.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're pleasantly surprised in the morning when Podesta's arrested.
That would be amazing. You know, that was, you know, highly speculated that that would be one of the first arrests, which would be huge. But, you know, we didn't really think so because he's not as well known as the others.
Right.
Even though 17 has actually said that, so he still could be, but just yeah.
Well, one of these markers that, you know, the big markers of an arrest will kick all the rest of the other markers off almost immediately, I believe.
Right.
Because there won't be any reason to hold it back. They'll know what's happening.
Right.
And it's going to go fast. Once the first arrest is made, it's going to be chaos for a bit.
Right.
Absolutely. I don't think, you know, maybe in the typical cities that we've already had the uprisings, I don't think it's going to be in every major city.
Mm-hmm.
But I think mainly in blue states, or supposedly blue states or cities.
Yeah. You know, they're talking about how it's going to be quick. It's going to be it's going to be swift and clean. But also, what's important to remember is there still may be some difficult times ahead.
People, they'll make bad choices.
Yeah. And that's why we don't want you guys making bad choices. We want you to just trust the plan, and not that you don't do anything, but, you know, protect yourself, protect your family, connect with your family, connect with yourself, especially if we go dark. What a great opportunity, guys. We're not going to have this opportunity again. You know, we'll be telling stories about this time for a long time. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. The thing about this all coming down is just that it's going to, if we look at it the right way, like many people are going to look at 2020 as like a horrendous year, get me the hell out of 2020. And I get that. I totally get that. But for me, 2020 was when we really used our eyes, when we really opened our eyes and used our 2020 vision, because it had been clouded over by so much up until that point. And so,
well, I always thought that was pertinent, that 2020 is 2020 vision. I thought that was almost a direct comm.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, why is it 2020? I mean, I don't know. You know, why isn't it 30-30 or 10-10?
Right.
100-100, I don't know.
Right.
But it's just another coincidence. You know, you have perfect vision. It's 2020, and that's what we're having now. We're starting to see it.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm gonna address this again, and I'm gonna put it to bed. Anthony Dami just came on and said they steal people's hard research. Dave solicit donations for Kellyanne and kept for himself. Interesting. So did she not tell you, Anthony, about the $430 that I sent her, which was every cent of that night that I raised money so that she could get her brakes fixed? Did she not tell you about that? So here's what's going to go down, guys. Here's what I have on my side. I have truth on my side, and I have transparency on my side. And I have helped her. And I have made that very clear. And so she's also gone out and she's trying to drum up $3,000 to get her car fixed. And I just told her, we don't have that kind of money. She made, and that $400, folks, per hour, she made more than anybody on this broadcast, including myself, per hour. If you count how much time I've put in, how much time Todd and Cindy have put in. And she's also said that Todd and Cindy did not want her on this broadcast, and that I did not want her on this broadcast. And Todd and Cindy have never once said anything remotely close to that. Not once. And neither have I. Neither have I. So here's what's happening. My guess, she's going to try to start her own show with my people that I introduced her to, that I, boosted her Facebook profile up with. That's my guess, because there's a lot of lies flying around, and she's definitely cutting the cord if this is coming from her. If this information is coming from her, she's cut the cord tonight. That's a fact. So, so you can say all you want, but Anthony, you can reach out to me separately, but you I already talked about this. Okay. So Anthony, just if you want to stay connected with me, just stop spreading lies right now, and we can talk about it later. I will show you that respect because I think you're a good man. But I will tell you everything. But don't be spreading what she's telling you, because it's not true. I'll tell you that right now. And that's why she's not here, and that's why she hasn't been here in 2 weeks, because I needed to talk to her about why she was blocking people and stealing their research. Okay? And that's happened multiple times, and we can get them all on here talking about it. That not only would she steal the research, but she would block them after she did it. Okay? And then talking negatively about Todd and Cindy, not okay. When Todd and Cindy have been nothing but kind to her, and Todd actually brought her into the show. So get rid of the BS if you want to hang out here. If you want to talk to me outside the show, do it. But now's not the time for this. And any more about this tonight, you're gone for the night. Because I'm not going to put up with it. It's getting in the way. I don't have time for this bullshit. Because that's what it is right now. So, excuse me. Todd, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'd just like to back you up on the fact that I have never once said one derogatory thing about her.
Never.
Neither have I.
And
have I?
No.
No.
And I wouldn't even think about going into the mud on any of this stuff. And that's why I don't react to anything on the chats. I don't react to anybody that sent me anything, because I don't mud roll. I'm trying to be, go into 5D here.
Yeah,
I'm trying to do be ascending. And anything that brings me down and gets negative vibes, I stay away from it. So that's how I dealt with it.
Exactly. I don't appreciate someone, Anthony, saying Cindy made up lies about Kelly to kick Kelly off the show. That is not true.
Not true. Not true.
At all. So
Not
let's
true.
check your coats, and Anthony, and anything else. I'm not going down in the mud with all you guys.
No,
it's not happening.
Never happened.
Truth. Todd knows the truth, and Dave knows the truth.
Yep. Yep.
And it's also slander.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yep. That's and that's not gonna fly with me. And it's not gonna fly with the Snedheads too, because they know me. So let's move on. Guys, you gotta deal. I'm telling you, when you got a heckler in the crowd at a stand up, it ruins it for everybody. Okay, so the comedian, the people, you got to take care of the heckler, you got to take care of the business, and then move on. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So let's go to. So I wanted to get back to where we were. All right, and that was we were going down some pretty amazing comms here that you guys started with the 6:33 on the clock. on that amazing video, and look how far it's taken us. Excuse me. And I'll just go down one more just to see if there's anything. At 2014 on the first 4. Snow White 7 now offline. Package complete. Have a nice day. Deactivate kill box 1 AZB. Corona 1 now offline. Corona 4 now offline. Folks, do you think they're talking about beer here, or do you think they're talking about CV being offline because they know that this was a psychological operation and a virus from Wuhan? They knew this. Folks, this is August 30, 2018. They're talking about Corona. Okay? This is what is taking us down this path. Okay? Talking about Corona. I mean, this video from last night took us all the way down to this path. Okay? Pretty remarkable, if you ask me. And then the front on this takes us to 645. And JC tweet translation, Special Agent Andrew McCabe stood tall over the last 8 months. Do not talk when small people were trying to tear down an institution we all depend on. He served with distinction for 2 decades. We own you and your family. I wish Andy well. 187. I also wish continued strength for the rest of the FBI. General threat to others. America needs you. Activate sleeper cells. 187 is an assassination number. This is James Comey's tweet translation. Okay? So what he's saying is, James Comey is saying, do not talk. When small people were trying to tear down an institution, he calls us sheep. We all depend on cover. He served with distinction for 2 decades. We own you and your family. Right? Distinction for 2 decades. They own him. I wish Andy well. 187. They're basically saying that he's calling out a hit for him. I also wish continued strength for the rest of the FBI. General threat to others. America needs you. Activate sleeper cells. So this is code of what James Comey is communicating to the deep state. Okay? And this was the one right before it. Yeah. Right. So let's go back to, Todd, what do you say we go back to the original?
Well, I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you go back to the original Q screen,
yeah,
and at the top of my screen it says no 17 cents 4953, and then it gives the date 12/18/2020. Why is that different from the 4953 December 8th 2020? The timestamps are different.
Where are you?
On the original Q, if you just were pulling it up, the app.
Oh, okay. Let me go out. Let me close it and go out. Come back in.
Because I had so many up that I had to. It was all jumbling together, so I just started over.
QAlerts.app, folks, is where we're at. Now comes the pain. Intelligence drops. Congress counts electoral votes and declares results in 19 days, 11 hours, 44 minutes. That's interesting. That's been up there a while, right?
Yep.
And so pointing us to that day, right? Because nothing else counts, right? And by the way, the Republicans sent enough to Congress to get Trump elected as well. The Republican electors, right? Yeah, and Todd, Ann says 12. Dave, there's the 12/18/20 again, which is interesting because it was September 18th 2018 when he signed the executive order.
Well, at the top of mine, it says no new queue since 4953, 12/18/2020. And then it gives a 1:16:41 a.m. Eastern timestamp.
That's
well,
weird.
that doesn't fit with December 8th, 2020, 5:0550.
So you're at the very beginning. You haven't even typed in any numbers.
Nope.
And you're at qalerts.app.
Yep.
Can you take a screenshot of that and send it to me?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. It's hard to see the top number. Maybe you can make it out, but the two numbers don't jive.
Yeah.
And they should.
Interesting.
That is really weird. That can't be on. I mean, that's got to be a comm. And Dave, if you take out the zeros, that on the 4953 on December 8th, you've got 555 again.
Whoa, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Are you sending that to me?
Yeah, I sent it in Messenger.
Cool. Got it.
I don't know if you can see it. I could try to blow it up a little bit, maybe resend it.
I can see it.
Can you?
Yeah, so December 8th, 2020. And you're saying that doesn't match with what?
At the top where it says no new queue since number 4953, 12/18/2020. At the very top.
At the very top. It's very faint, guys. Can you see that?
Next to the queue.
No new queue since 4953, 12/18/2020, 1:14:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, okay, so that's separate. So they're telling us this is the time, Eastern Standard Time, but they're just also saying that there's no new queue drop, 4953, since 4953 down to December 8th.
But those timestamps should jive.
Well, the point is that they're not saying that this is a timestamp of that post. They're just saying that that's the time and date now.
I'm a decoder now. Awesome. Thanks for clearing that up, Bob.
You're welcome. Hey, dude, I've been doing this a long time. I'm glad you came to me with that question. I'm glad I was able to clear that up for you. Wow, look at the time. We look at it.
This is what time is it now anyway? Oh, it is 12:19 here.
Yeah, 12:19.
What? 16 hours in this already? No, 18 hours since this morning.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously the brain's not working very good right now.
Yeah. So let's go back to that.
Yeah, that 555 kept popping up though. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the 555, right? That we went down that. We've already been down that with the
We didn't do the other
7
or the other triple numbers.
Oh, right. You wanted to do that.
I thought it was important since it was mentioned, and I did about 5 of them, I think, and they were good.
So let's take everybody real quick down the road that we went with the double numbers, which was spot on. We went 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, 99.
Yeah, we did that because of game theory.
Yeah, and that was phenomenal.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal. And we'll have to do that again or find that clip, Eric. If we could find that clip, that'd be amazing. So what do you want to start with, 111?
Yeah, let's go backwards because we know it's getting closer.
Right.
It's working backwards.
So 999.
Yeah.
April 3rd, 2018. Why do they persecute me so? Russian, Polish, Hungarian, Ukrainian blood. Pope will be having a terrible May. Pope will be having a terrible May. Holy shit. Tell us, Q, how many are connected to Roths, meaning Rothschilds? The chair serves the master. Who is the master? P equals C. Q. Why is Epstein spending $29 million to bury the tunnels underneath his temple on Epstein Island? Problem. Phones were allowed in. These people are stupid. Wow.
Wow.
By the way, P equals C. And that was Pandar.
Yeah.
And who was C? Did we figure that out?
Well, I can't remember. I knew Pindar stayed with me, but
is it Pindar? Pindar.
that's what I thought.
Pindar. I went Pandar. Thinking red panda with Pindar.
Oh man, I didn't ever put that together.
Yeah, right.
Huh.
He was an ancient Greek lyric poet, but there's not going to be much about him. But like the Lizard King, for example, Pindar attends most major satanic ceremonies in Europe and then flies to California for the rituals there. Travels in a white limousine. A code white is a code understood by judges, police, and military, etc. It means look the other way or do not prosecute this person. This is from David Icke, by the way. Okay, and he says, and the Queen makes cruel remarks about lesser initiates, but is afraid of the man codenamed Pindar, the Marquis de Lebeau, who is higher than her in satanic rank. Pindar apparently bears a resemblance to Prince Charles. Arizona Wilder says that Pindar is Charles's real father. So this, of course, from David Icke. By the way, I was on that broadcast, David Icke's broadcast, and with Craig Allen Campbell had me on and interviewed me. It was a great broadcast, and I want to get you guys to that. They have like a free trial, and I think I can give away like a few free. It's like $8 a month, but it's David Icke's whole channel. It's called Iconic, and Craig Allen Campbell has a show on that, and he had me on. Really awesome interview. He's a great guy. I've talked about him a lot. He's a comedian, a real comedian, one that hasn't sold his soul to the devil. And so, at any rate, David Icke. I've been listening to David Icke for as long as I've been awake, 14 years. Great man. A lot of people discredited him because he believes that the royalty are lizards, that they're actually like shape-shifting lizards, and so people were like, he's lost his mind. But I tell you, a lot of the stuff that David Icke's been talking about for a long time has come true. So what else is going to be true? So go to 888, Todd.
Yeah, and that really kind of brings back a memory.
Which one?
888. Look at the picture. We just saw one like that.
Okay, I'm pulling it up now. 888. He already did. Think back. North Korea picks. Everything has meaning. This will break the mainstream media. Thank you, Asia. So it's a video out the window. Thank you, Kim. Deal made. Clowns out. Strings cut. We took control. Iran next. Basically, folks, what's going on there is Kim was a puppet of the CIA and deep state and the cabal. And so when President Trump went there, he made a deal with Kim. He got the CIA out of there. Notice what Ezra Cohen Watnick and Christopher Miller have done. They've pulled back military support for CIA in foreign countries. So guess what happens? All the CIA in foreign countries are now back in the U.S. So not only is President Trump bringing troops back, he's bringing clowns back because, as you know, 17, CIA's clowns in action. So clowns are out, the CIA is out, the strings are cut. We took control, Iran is next, because we've been in control of Iran for a very long time. When I say we, I don't mean we, I mean the deep state. And Todd, yeah, this picture, where did we just see a similar photo? Or
Dan Scavino's post.
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to go pull it up.
Oh, yeah, I'm pulling it up now. Which one is it? It's
in the
yesterday?
last. It's just, yeah, you'll see it immediately. It's the one with the F-18 passing it.
And we figured out that logo on the wing looks to be National Guard. And that's an F-18 that's passing it right there. So that's good. So that's
yeah, it kind of jogs the memory there.
And by the way, the number on this is 747, the timestamp. So, which tells us we got to go to 747. When it's that obvious, folks, you got to follow the path. So the timestamp was 747. Flowers and Gardens, learn the hidden symbolism. Humanities Applied and Social Sciences magazine, Slave Gardens. What does a flower represent? What does deflower represent? This has to do with, hold on, let me just pull it up here. Child trafficking, folks. Slave gardens. To supplement basic provisions provided by their masters, some bond people grew their own foodstuffs and staple crops for personal consumption or sale. Enslaved men and women typically tended these gardens or patches after they had finished their daily or weekly work for their master. For some slaves, these gardens provided crucial supplements to an otherwise nutrient-deprived diet. The extent to which bond people and their masters relied on slave gardens for basic provisioning depended on the type of labor system employed and the region in which the plantation was situated. In Jamaica, for example, slaves cultivated provision grounds, which were, according to traveler Zachary Macaulay, their sole means of sustenance. You know who would know about slave gardens in Jamaica, Todd?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kamala Harris's family.
Yeah, she's one generation removed.
Yeah. Elaborating on this system, Macaulay explained that if, therefore, they neglected to employ their provision grounds a sufficient portion of the Sunday to secure to them an adequate supply of food, they might be reduced to absolute want. Wow. So they basically had to work their asses off and then work their asses off even more just to make their food. Okay, what does a flower represent? This is symbolism, right? Innocence, birth, growth. What does deflower represent? You take it away. You take away that innocence. Tragic. And that, folks, is what we're fighting right now. That's what we're fighting. Okay?
That's really what lit my fire.
Yeah.
I mean, once I went down that trail about how bad it was, that was the biggest motivation to make me want to know more about how I could help.
Yep.
Because I never imagined in my life that, a million children go missing every year in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah. It's and the media is silent, and you wonder why they're going to go to prison.
Right.
Because they have been the PR firm for all of the people that are doing atrocious things, that are deflowering the most innocent of our people. Folks, we will be judged on how we treat the least of us on this planet. 777, angelic, godly. Page 13 of the MK Ultra doc. This was one of the things that woke me up, MK Ultra.
Yep.
Let me emphasize again that the MK Ultra events are 12 to 24 years in the past from date of testimony. And I assure you that the CIA in no way engaged in either writing or either witting or unwitting testing of drugs today. Sounds like hardcore clown faggot bullshit. MK Ultra was a success and went into implementation. It is just no longer called MK Ultra. That was the development program name. Why is Big Pharma essential? Expand your thinking past cures. Think Google, now Pixel phone. Think Apple versus Samsung. Why was BlackBerry destroyed? We can guide you, but must organically uncover the truth. They are watching. Archive everything offline. Folks, I learned about MK Ultra from a man that actually deprogrammed MK Ultra sex slaves, information slaves, and assassins through hypnosis. His name was Walter Boart, and he came and visited me in California, and we were talking about doing a movie together, a script that he had written, and he told me how this all went down. And he wrote a book called Operation Mind Control, and about how they were doing all this. They are doing it today, but their tools are much, much more advanced. They used to use LSD back in the 60s. That's why they were passing it out like candy around the campuses, because they were experimenting with it. And all those aptitude tests that we took as children, that was them figuring out which of us was sexually, emotionally, or physically abused as children, because then we would be, good subjects for them to approach, because when you have those kind of events as a child, you are able to learn how to segment your brain so that when something bad is really about to happen, and a child hears father's, footsteps coming up the stairs at 2 o'clock in the morning, drunk, and knows what's about to happen, boom, they go to that place where they can get through it, that absolute terror. And so they go to that place, they get through it, it happens, and so when they wake up for school the next day, they're able to come out of that room and just act like nothing ever happened. You've heard of multiple personalities. Well, it's not multiple personalities. It's actually multiple segmentations of the brain, little rooms that they go to. It's fucking tragic. And that's what they're talking about. And they're still controlling us. Big Pharma. Why is Big Pharma essential? Because the drugs that they're giving children, desensitize them. And it helps in this whole process of the control, of the mind control. Hugely a part of this, and the actual conditioning and the actual commercials that they're showing us on Big Pharma are absolute mind control. I love this line, Todd. This is so important. We can guide, but you must organically uncover the truth. Folks, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Right? But if a horse becomes thirsty enough, you don't even have to lead it to the water. The horse will find the water and drink. And none of it will be forced.
Yeah, that's powerful, because what we try to do when we red pill, we're trying to jam the horse's head in the lake. Sometimes we're not so we're not so good at it.
Right.
And that's what creates such dissension. And especially after you've had a couple unsuccessful attempts at friends and family, and using different approaches, they're just not going, they're not open to hear what you're about to say. And as they're closed, there's nothing you can do to pry that mind open. It doesn't matter how many facts you present, because they're not accepting the information. And that's a very important thing that sometimes, you know, I learned that just by asking just one simple question, could you help me with this? Could you explain MRC5 to me? I'm looking it up. And if they look at it and they find it, they'll come back and say, how did you find that? And you say, well, it's in the shot. And then you let them react, and they say, it's in the why are we putting that in our bodies? And that's a reversal of trying to force information, you know, like, don't you know they're doing this? You know, because they're not going to take that. And so red pilling through a very gentle process, like you need help researching something, is a really good tool. It doesn't always work. It still has to come with a little acceptance on their part, but we've all run into it. I mean,
absolutely.
Everybody here, you know, we've all had the person that could have been your best friend, and you're like, they know that you would take a bullet for them.
Yeah.
They'll put their hands over their ears and go la 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 before they listen.
They'd rather listen to Anderson Cooper.
Yep. That's programming.
Thank you. So great point here. Todd, I want to show something real quick here on the Snedeheads page here. This is a video. Hold on. I want to try to get rid of the sound here, but I don't know if I can. Let me see. Because if I get rid of the sound, so let me just play it. So somebody getting the vax, but watch, she picks it up. Watch how she gets her finger never goes on the plunger. Okay, and there's a tip on it. Nothing goes in her. Nothing goes in her. Is that unbelievable?
You know, they have the props. Why didn't they just use the prop?
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is that they kind of have to reveal that nothing's really going on there. Okay. And got it? Yeah.
Maybe
right here.
Maybe that should be a rhetorical question, because I think they just think we're so stupid we're going to accept anything anyway.
Bear with me here a second, guys. I'm going to play that again. Here. Okay, missing something there. So, what is this? What do we got here? Oh, that's awesome. I've heard that before. So, don't want to play it because it's going to be, you know. So that was, so part of it is they have to show us what they're actually doing, right? Like they're not going to give it away. They're going to give it away a little bit because we need to be paying attention. Why? Because it's a show. It's the show. You enjoying the show? 666, okay. Why did the meme drop on Friday and before the SB? What is that? Is that SB? Did this seem strange to you? Watch the news. Rothschild estate sale, Black Forest. Stock market, and that ties in, by the way, with with the MK Ultra and some of the child trafficking stuff, where they would hunt children on the Rothschild estate in the Black Forest in Germany. Stock market dive, 666. Coincidence? Soros' transfer of wealth. Dopey freed. Marriage for power, not love. Hilton, Roth, Soros, Clinton. They're talking about the marriages of these people, etc. News unlocks map. Think mirror. Which team? They don't know. Apache. These people are evil. Still don't believe you're sheep to them? 2020 coming. Okay, this is 2018, folks. And they write 2020 as, not as the year 2020, but as the vision, which I was just talking about earlier. Public is vital. Release of info, vital. Outrage, justice. Can we simply arrest the opposition without first exposing the truth? Follow the light. Folks, can you imagine if they arrested all these people we're talking about without, the people that we're talking about red pilling, that need red pilling? They would flip out. We have to expose them. They have to expose them first. We do. That's what we're doing right now. Okay. Apache, Dopey freed. Apache. These might be some of the supercomputers. All right. Let's go to. Let's finish this up with 555 444 333. 555, we were just there. We are with you. 444, December 23rd. This is interesting. And who do we have here, Todd?
That's Eric Schmidt from Google.
Exactly. Why would he be in what seems to be North Korea?
Vacationing.
They have some nice beaches there, I hear.
No, all the CIA agents go there.
Yeah. And so, let's see. And there you go. And I don't know that man behind him. But, so, yeah. So, by the way, Google, folks, as the CIA, Google was created by DARPA. Google was given Keyhole from the CIA for Google Earth, which is a technology where you can see yourself 2 years ago in your driveway. And they have a technology that can see us right now. 333, December 11th, 2017, for God and country, freedom, underscore Y, underscore, how many spaces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe. Then Y. And then let's go to 222. I mean, for God and country, freedom. That's big. I mean, it might be small. I'm kind of glazing over it, but trust me, folks. That's like, are you kidding me? This is what we're fighting for right now, for God and country. 222, November 23rd. Q, is this relevant? At InQtel, Painter's work focused on identifying, research, and evaluating new startup technology firms that were believed to offer tremendous value to the CIA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Indeed, the NGA had confirmed that its intelligence obtained via Keyhole was used by the NSA to support U.S. operations in Iraq from 2003 onwards. A former U.S. Special Operations Intelligence Officer, Painter's new job at Google as of July 2005 was federal manager of what Keyhole was to become, Google Earth Enterprise. By 2007, Painter had become Google's federal chief technologist. TK refers to Talent Keyhole, code names for imagery from reconnaissance aircraft and spy satellites. Guys, I honestly didn't remember that this was 222. So, and this was all stuff I knew outside of before 2017, actually, before 17 started posting. 111, important context. What have you learned about Huma? What organization is Huma? We've learned that it's a healthcare company that's tied in with a lot of the Gates companies. We also learned that it's Harvard University Muslim Association, which is very important because that's where Barack Obama went. That's where a lot of people went. Which U.S. president is affiliated with whom? I just said. Why is this relevant? What year did this occur? Who funded on behalf of this president? Okay. Why is this relevant? That was Saudi Arabia. What years did this occur? What just happened in Saudi Arabia? Who was arrested? Talaweed, which ties into Twitter. Funds frozen. Why would the former president be funded pre-political days? Because he was a Manchurian candidate. He was set up for this. He was groomed for this. Repeat, important. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? They have been in control of him since he was a boy. His father, Barry Soetoro, I can't think of his first name right now, but was partners with George Bush, folks. The Fourth Reich is still in charge prior to President Trump. That's what's important to understand. Repeat, important. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? Why is this relevance? Was the Muslim Brotherhood affiliated to any of these organizations' people? Fast forward. Why are the events in Saudi Arabia so important? Why was JK in Saudi Arabia recently? John Kerry. Why was POTUS last tweet regarding Saudi Arabia to the happening? Why was POTUS's Twitter taken down days before under cover of a rogue employee? Refocus again. Who was arrested in Saudi Arabia? Any ownership stakes in U.S. companies? Yes. Why is this relevant? Twitter. Las Vegas. He also owned the Mandalay Bay, the top 4 floors where the shooting occurred, came from. Recent events. Why would investment be made in a former president pre-political days? What they're trying to drive home, folks, is that he was placed here. What years did this occur? What faith does Huma represent? Muslim. What does the MB represent? Muslim Brotherhood. What faith does Huma represent? Huma Abedin, that's Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim as well. Who are the bad actors? Who funds majority of U.S. senior politicians? Fantasyland. Was the former president of the United States groomed to be command-in-chief? Is this possible? Is the U.S. political election system corrupt? Who owns poll machines? Soros? Why is this relevant? They never thought she would lose. Fantasyland. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, the world, in a hospital. POTUS is our savior. Pray. Operators are active. We are at war. Good night, Barack Obama, Snow White, Godfather 3. And that takes us down through all the triple numbers. That's pretty cool. And you were called to that because of that interview with Wano Savin, which happened today, and it could have been a clue to what's really going on.
To using reverse power numbers on the cabal.
Yeah. Yep. To use the numbers against them.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Lolo. I think it was Lolo Soetoro.
Lolo, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good call.
Thanks.
I can remember that.
I knew it was like a funny name, like a, kind of a child's name or whatever, but, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Did you have anything major? Because I wanted to get to Barb and do that decode.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of gas after today.
Yeah, dude, you've had a long day.
Well, long night, long day. Just
long night, long day. Yeah, I got 4 hours sleep last night. So
I think I've studied this hard for a test. So
yeah, exactly.
I kind of want to do this, but yeah, I'm out of gas.
Yeah. Hey, Debbie says Garcetti and his wife just tested positive. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, the early thought was it was the people that are going down are the ones that are going to come down with COVID. And Garcetti, by the way, is he needs to go down. Thank you, Zona. So, Amy Fitzpatrick says, Steven says Vincent's tweeting.
Yeah, I sent you one that was kind of funny. It was just a meme. But yeah, he's busy.
And let's see. Oh my God, hold on. Let's see. Are you kidding me? So, is this the Joe Kamali? Joe Kamal?
The one I sent you was, yes, it's just a meme.
People in the 60s. Okay, hold on. I got to show you guys. I got to bring you with me. People in the 60s, the government will wiretap your home. People now, hey, wiretap, can cats eat pancakes?
It's the truth.
Oh my God. That's brilliant.
Isn't that great?
That's brilliant.
That's all I got.
Hilarious. Awesome, brother. Great work tonight. Great work. Love you, man. Love you, Cindy. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow night, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. You know, guys, here's the thing. It may go down. It may not. Right? Did I lose you already? Okay. I think I lost him. All right. Okay. And good night, guys. You know I love you. All right, let's get Barb on. We'll go through this decode quickly, and then we'll call it a night here, folks. But this is a pretty amazing decode that she's done here. So I'm looking forward to sharing this with you. And Barb, if you're still in here, you are. There you are. Barb, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. It's been too long since we've had you on. Thanks for coming on tonight.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, everyone. Hey, Snedder.
Good to hear your lovely voice. And how is life for you?
It's pretty good. I can't complain right now, except for the same thing happened to my vehicle as I think Kellyanne had happened to her. So we just got it fixed, though. Actually, our church, the church that we started going to just recently, found out about our car and they gave us $1,000.
Is that right?
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, they came over to our house and knocked on the door and gave us a gift card and cash, and I was like, "Are you serious?" So it was a blessing.
That's amazing. That's amazing. We are
really helped.
We are still a one-car family, which isn't a bad thing when you live in the city, but when you live up in the mountain, not a great thing.
Yeah.
So that's the next goal for us is actually me having a car.
That's definitely a good goal.
Yeah. So tell us about this path you took down, this Dan Scavino. I have your post up here.
I don't see it up yet.
Okay, you're probably about 6 seconds to 8 seconds behind.
Oh, okay, there it is. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
So,
I got you on my phone and I'm watching you on YouTube. So.
okay, cool. So yeah, so it's going to be a little odd.
Okay.
So, how would you like us to go here?
Well, the pictures are kind of out of order, but the original picture is the one with President Trump sitting in the Oval Office.
Okay, let me find that. Let me
It's like
see.
the third to last picture.
Okay. There it is. Okay. All right, it's up.
Okay.
Okay. And this was this Scavino's tweet?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us how this grabbed you.
Well, I actually saw all the different things, the writing, and I like puzzles, so it kind of looks like a puzzle to me. So that's why
Yeah.
and then I started looking at the comments, and I was like, holy crap, there's something there. So yeah, like one of the people said, there's 12 panes in the window. 12 is December.
Nice. Yeah.
You got the Christmas tree there, which is, symbolic of, around Christmas time, which we all know that's what everyone's been talking about, that something's going to happen about 12/21 area.
Right.
So,
Yep.
and then people started blowing up the picture and looking at the flag, and like the flag actually has Obeyance and Lexington, and so Lexington is actually the Battle of Lexington, which was the first
Yeah.
battle of the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
Then abeyance, the term to hold abeyance is used in a lawsuit in court cases when a case is temporarily put on hold.
Yeah.
So I was just like, oh my gosh, there's so much here.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah. So, and then you've got the battle, the flag references for the Army, and which I posted. There's a link at the bottom about the Army flag. And then someone posted 992, and which is...
This is on the flag, the U.S. Army. This
Yeah.
is on the flag. Yeah.
Yep, and it's positioned in a way like that's not all the ribbons. There's more ribbons, so they actually positioned it so that we saw these certain ribbons.
On the in the main picture, right?
Yeah, right.
Here.
Yeah, because if you look at the listing of the campaigns on the U.S. Army flag, there's a whole bunch of different. There's the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Mexican War, the Civil War, Indian Wars, War with Spain. There's a whole bunch of different ribbons on that one flag, and so those ribbons are actually positioned so that we see just those three flags. And then I don't know if you see right above the Christmas tree, there's the new what is it called? The space flag, the Space Force.
Oh, Space Force. Okay.
Yeah, and you can see the M and the X, and then you can see I think it's ST.
Okay, so that's what's in the second pane down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The M and the X.
Right. Right, and
Interesting.
someone referenced a drop to that as well. 1010, I think it was.
Okay.
I don't have that in my pictures. I was just while you and Todd were talking, I was doing more research. So.
Cool. Awesome. So I can go to the drop and go to 1010. Okay.
Yeah, they said MX 1010 on those.
Is MX 1010, money, power, control. People are simply in the way. Slaves, sheep, pawns. Mass extinction events designed to decrease threat level of population. Gun control, wars, fake, top happy, back end deal. Election rigging, control. Your voice does not matter. Pharma, class D. water, air, chemicals pushed for home use cleaning, cancer, baby on floor, hands and mouth, the start.
And that's everything we've been talking about for the last week and a half.
This is amazing, and they brought it back. They brought us back to this.
Yeah.
Because they have to discredit the pharmaceutical companies, and they have to have us see that they are discredited, that they are not working for our best interest.
Right.
And that's why I think that the military has the vaccines. They've already, taken apart the vaccines, know what they put in them, and they're going to tell the world. And in the meantime, they're giving us, water. And possibly, I want to get to that link. I don't know if somebody dropped that for me, but it was a great decode on lemon and water and how it all comes together, and that you actually could inject that and it would help against this.
Right.
Water, air, chemicals pushed for home, baby on floor, vaccines, not all, tobacco, opioids, ultimate win, death plus money, the Fed, Rothschild, conspiracy, UK, Germany, 5 days, choice is yours, revelations, enough is enough. This is awesome. Now, so we were here just last week, I think, on 1010.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we went to 1010 because of MX. Is that right?
I think so. I believe so.
Now, M is M, what is M in Roman numerals?
Yeah, I was thinking along that line too, but I'm not too sure. I'm not really versed in the Roman numerals,
so M is
I could probably look it up.
I think it might be 1,000. So you went to 1,010.
Yep, that's right. 10,
yeah,
10.
That's perfect. Yeah, perfect. So 1010 is 1,010. So that was a perfect decode. Nicely done.
Yeah.
So now you said, somebody else said, and by the way, the Battle of Lexington was the first battle of the Revolutionary War.
Right.
And why we're over here in Q-land, if we go to 3907, remember the battles of Lexington and Concord, give me liberty or give me death.
Right.
Okay. This is March 28th, 2020. The entire world is watching. Patriots from around the world are praying for America. We are all bound by a feeling deep inside, a feeling that cannot be publicly expressed for fear of ridicule, a feeling that challenges the mainstream narrative against that which we are told to accept and dare not question. Put simply, that people are being abused by those in power and time is running out. Remember the battles of Lexington and Concord, give me liberty or give me death? For far too long we have been silent and allowed our bands of strength that we once formed to defend freedom and liberty to deteriorate. We became divided, we became weak, we elected traitors to govern us. This is all true, folks. We allowed evil to prey on us. Those who claimed to represent us gave us false hope, made false promises. The evil and corruption only grew. It goes more. This is about protecting our children. It's about saving America. We are all God's children, fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, brothers, sisters. We do not look at race. We do not look at skin color. We are united in these states of America. We are and will always be patriots. We must rise again. We must unite again. We must fight again for God and country. God bless America. Where we go one, we go all. So powerful. So powerful. And then one other, there were some others, but drops will go fast. White House clean, signal, marker, everything is planned. Years, message, unity, awakening, we fight. Lexington, Concord, stay together. Q, stay together. Stay together. We are patriots. Now is not the time to allow ourselves to be splintered. Now is not the time to step back into some 3D. We need to raise our frequency.
And there's also a lot of disinformation that are pulling people in different directions instead of staying the course and staying on the plan. Everyone's in it, so we are splintering if you look at it that way.
Yeah. How many people did we lose to the election? All right. How many people did we lose because the vaccines are being delivered?
Right.
How many people did we lose because of COVID? You know, and it's and we're not staying the plan. We're not sticking to the plan. Okay.
We were told to watch a movie, so we're supposed to be watching this play out. We're not supposed to be going all these different directions.
Right. And Barb, we're also supposed to enjoy it, aren't we?
Yes. Popcorn.
Yeah. Right. And so many people are not enjoying it.
Yeah,
guys, we're on the phone with Barbara Ann Herron, who's joining us to decode this awesome Scavino picture of President Trump in the Oval Office. Abeyance, the term hold in abeyance, is used in lawsuits and court cases when a case is temporarily put on hold.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me see. Guys, hold on one second. Barb, please excuse me. I need to find something really quick, and I'll be right with you guys. I'm gonna just put you in the waiting room for just a moment, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we're back. Thanks, Barb. Thanks, everybody, for that. Pardon that interruption. Everyone, this is the bathroom break. Run fast, Gerald says.
So
and it wasn't even a bathroom break for me. I just had to find something here. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Obeyance. It says let's hold the problem in obeyance for a while. So if you think about it, that's the same as everyone saying hold the line.
Yes.
And the way the streamers are arranged, the first one is Lexington 1775, and the last one is Obeyance 2014 to 2015. So he wants you to, just stick to the plan, hold the line, because
Yeah. Do you think this one was what is this? M.I. Henry, 1814?
Yeah, that's someone had mentioned that Henry. Sorry, let me go to that one. Hold on one second. I have to open that page again. So I'm going back and forth between different things.
It's a little harder to read, so maybe not as important, but we can make out a little bit of it.
Yeah. That's on my flag. Check the comments. Someone put Henry Clay from Kentucky was elected 3 times by electoral vote. He started in 1777. So there's the 17 and there's the 777. Also known as the Great Compromiser, but hey, what do I know? I see Henry first, then Lexington, Kentucky, checkmate, 3 terms. That's what someone put. So I don't know, 3 terms.
3 terms. Interesting.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, I'm sure the Snedeheads can do some more digging on this as well and kind of comment underneath my post, but
Yeah, guys, go to Barb's Facebook page, Barbara Ann Heron, please, and check out this. And do you have me tagged in this?
Yeah, I do. And if anyone, finds anything other than what we've talked about, I mean, feel free to put it under there. We can discuss it later, I guess. But, I mean, it's just, there's so many clues in this one picture.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah, and I only put this together tonight, so I didn't get to look at like everything or get to discuss everything. So
okay, well, if there's more, we'll have you back on to do it.
Okay.
Let's go to the 992. Why did we go to 992? Oh, because of Lexington. Yeah. So I've already gone there. Okay.
Right. You already went there.
And yeah. So and then there's a picture of President Kennedy at his desk here.
Right. And I thought that was significant as well. Someone had
now,
posted.
where was this picture? Was it with Scavino?
Yes, it was under his post.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
And I had seen a post earlier, not Scavino's post, but another post that someone had done that said that Trump was finishing what Kennedy started. So I thought it was significant that they're both sitting at the desk on their phones like that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and I wonder maybe the flags. The windows, maybe 4, 5, 6. We're kind of seeing 6 windows, 12 windows again.
Yeah.
And yeah. I wonder if John's in his little space there underneath the desk. Yeah, maybe some very interesting. Some more. What I love about this, give me liberty or give me death. Right, Lexington, 1775, shot heard around the world. Is we gotta stick together. This is really what. And I think you're saying the same thing here, is that we've got to hold the line and we've got to stay together.
Yeah.
This is about saving America.
Yeah, and not splinter apart with all the disinformation that's out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Snedheads, if you guys can look at this and dig a little bit deeper, that's amazing. For some reason, by the way, my name is in black here, and people were trying to share stuff to me, and they weren't able to today. It was very odd. I normally have a flood, and so that was interesting. So I'm wondering if this is showing up on my timeline, because you did it two hours ago.
Right. Someone just posted something underneath, a link to a picture. Let's see, who was it?
Somebody did say that they were seeing. Say again.
Carrie Phillips. She posted a picture saying that different flag from Eric Trump's photo on Facebook. Lexington shot heard around the world. And they tagged General Flynn and Lynn Wood.
Okay. And that's on yours?
Yeah, it's underneath the comments on mine. And then there's a picture of Trump with, I'm guessing, his grandson.
Yeah.
And he's right next to the plane.
Yes, and the plane was pointing, and it looks like, is that Hamilton?
Yeah, it looks like him.
It looks like it's pointing.
And there's is that Paul Revere on the horse?
It just might be. That's cool. That's interesting. That's good. Hey, Sneds, can you check that out? See what Shady says. AJ Alex Jones fired David Knight. Wow, what's up with that? David Knight maybe a little bit too close to something. Ivanka, Jared, and is that Eric? Can't make that out.
So someone posted underneath that picture that they zoomed into the stuffed animal behind the plane, perhaps Jackie Kennedy's German Shepherd named Clipper.
Ah, really?
See pics for references to JFK's beloved ship, Sea Witch was a Clipper, and he most admired the ship USA Constitution, Old Ironsides.
Huh.
That's interesting.
So Gerald says, listening to you now, also the flag is showing the 2 bombs. Does that imply 2 big things? Also saw tweets referencing the abeyance links to Obama. Trump is behind glass, protected. Lexington, did Trump just fire the first shot? At who? Obama, abeyance streamer, next to the Lexington streamer. Yeah, who would be the second bomb?
And then someone said the flag's backwards.
Yeah. Thank you, Gerald. Awesome. You sent it to Twitter? Okay.
Yes, Gerald.
Yeah, there's a ton on that. I bet there's a bunch on Carrie says the flag is backwards. Let me see that. I was just there. I should have just gone over there. Is it? I can't tell. No, I think it's just that's the way it hangs. Carrie, I think. Oh, the flag on the Air Force One. That's interesting. I know sometimes they do that.
Maybe find out the significance of that.
Yeah, see if you guys can find that out. That would be good. But let's go to who was saying go to. Well, let me go to Scavino's and see what people are saying under his. But also, let's see. Pledge Allegiance, Gap in Office,
The insurrection.
2014 to 2016. What'd you say?
The Insurrection Act, martial law, military tribunals, suspension of habeas corpus, and the full deployment of EO 13848 will be the only recourse.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the bombs that Gerald was talking about here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're they're underneath the Army flag too.
Yeah, and by the way, this is great. The Insurrection Act, martial law, military tribunal, suspension of habeas corpus, and the full deployment of Executive Order 13848, which is the election interference, foreign election interference, will be the only recourse in light of all we know so far. This is recommended by retired U.S. Air Force 3-star Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney. This is him here.
So this is not anything to be taken lightly. It's not dirty politics or tricks. It is treason by the very nature against the United States government and the people of America.
A cybersecurity expert signed an affidavit saying TV news stations reported the counting stopped in 5 swing states the morning after the election. He calls this highly unusual and says it may indicate prior coordination, but says they did not stop counting and did so behind closed doors, demonstrating collusion to get the results they wanted in secret. General McInerney outlines a 5-fold plan for tackling what he calls a national emergency.
Initiate the Insurrection Act, declare martial.
That's the executive order he signed in 2018.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So, so for those that don't know, it's I'll pull it up right here. Opposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a U.S. election.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Right. And somebody did a timestamp on this, which was pretty awesome. Which, and I'm not the timestamp, but how 9/12/2018, and Yeah, I can't remember it. I'm getting tired here, but this is so let's go back to Dan.
Well,
Go ahead.
There's 12 window panes, and there's a 12 and a timestamp. And then like 24 December.
Nice catch. There's
because I've seen somewhere else in a different post that someone was mentioning the day before Christmas.
yeah, 8/19 was this stamp, was the timestamp on this, December 17th, and you were saying there was another 12. And by the way, this is on the 17th, which is cool, 17. But were you saying there was a 12 timestamp somewhere?
Oh, I thought you just had it pulled up.
The Federal Registry was September 12th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 2018.
I don't do timestamps. That's all Todd.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a lot of left brain stuff, but he mixes some nice right brain with it. This is great. This is the Trump voters and the GOP. Yeah, that's perfect. I love this little meme right here. I know you're behind me a little bit. Takes a little getting used to. Come on, GOP, take care of those rhinos. Yeah, so good stuff on that. That's a lot of information on the 17th of December at 8/19. Now I don't know, is that 9/19? Did we do the actual timestamp on this? For some reason, I'm showing up in Midwestern. Guns are safe. Stop falling for fake news. Go ahead.
I was just going to say my timestamp is 12. It doesn't say December, so that's where I got the 12. I was looking at yours and going, oh, where did I get
well, duh. December's 12. Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, mine doesn't say December on my Twitter. It says 12/17/20. So, but no, we didn't go to 9/19 that I'm aware of.
This is digging in the right place. Everything has meaning or purpose. At Jack, getting nervous. Phase 2. It says stay tuned, right? Stay tuned. Enjoying the show, folks. Digging in the right place. Asking the right questions is an anon. Then it shows Zero Hedge. Trump warns world of very, very unfortunate phase 2 if North Korean sanctions fail. So they're talking about phase 2. Here's the 17 post, 2/21/18. This is Zero Hedge on 23 February 2018. Phase 2, no coincidences. No coincidences? No coincidences. Expand your thinking. Phase 2 is what we're in with the pandemic right now. Right?
Yeah.
The flag facing backwards is a distress call, but I think it's acceptable in certain things. That's what I'm thinking. 12/17. Brenda says go to 12/17. Few drop because it's 12/17. And and this was the Podesta emails, which took us.
Interesting.
What's that?
I said that's interesting because that's Podesta, isn't that who everyone thinks the first arrest is going to be?
Yeah. This is a great link. This is a great link. Brenda, great job. So the Podesta emails, folks, as we know, this is where they're having nice conversations. I lost you. Can you hear me? Hold on. Barb, can you hear me? Let me see. I just had something very, very interesting occur. It was like a calm, almost like a pall that just kind of just happened here. That was very interesting. Almost like
Are you there?
Hi. Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
I had to take you out of my earphones because it went to my speaker instead.
Oh, okay. Okay. Something just interesting happened to me. It was almost like there was a disturbance in the force, but it wasn't. It was like a calm in the force.
Okay.
It was very interesting. When you had just gone off, and yeah. So for whatever that's worth.
Well, I totally believe in the whole everything happens for a reason. So.
Yeah. I agree. I absolutely agree. Let's see. Let me go. Carrie, I'll check the messenger later. So, important moment in time. The picture will be the signifier. Let me go to 2347. This is, so just back to the Podesta for a minute, folks. This was like what started cracking everything open. Andrew Breitbart called this man out for being a pedo and running a whole ring, and he was killed. We believe he was killed for that. And but then somebody hacked these emails because Podesta's password was password. Yeah, okay. And uranium one. There's so much incriminating evidence here, folks, that and how about that we were sent here on 12/17, a date stamp, right? A date stamp sent us here, and then look where we were sent earlier. So that really is telling me that maybe he will be the first one, and maybe it is tomorrow. Joni asked for a Delta for December 18th. Yes, Joni, thank you for that. Let me do that. I want to go to what was the one I just saw that I said we were going to go to? Let me see. Yep, maybe. Huh. Let me see. Let me go. I just had it. I want to do 1775 too. Let's see.
Someone just, I can't remember who it was, just gave you the number too.
Okay. Let me get down to 2347. Kevin,
yeah,
do you
that's
remember
what it was.
why were we going there? I can't remember. 2347. So this is October 5th, 2018. Oh, this is that's right. Thank you, guys. This is the one that I think Carrie dropped for us on QAnon baby status. Important moment in time. The picture will be the signifier. The signifier will force the Q. The Q will be answered. Where we go one, we go all.
Oh, wow.
And the tweet is unavailable.
Okay, someone just said the Lexington 17.
Yeah.
There's a 17 after Lexington in the picture.
Okay. Let's go back to that. Let me see.
When did the Battle of Lexington start?
Let me see. Let me go back to your post.
Now, Lexington 17, when I looked up the Battle of Lexington, it started on the 19th of April.
Interesting. Weren't we just on the 19th of
419?
April?
419?
We were in the 3rd of April. 419. The Battle of Lexington was 419, but we were April 21st, 421. We were just on that. Okay. All right. So let me go to 419. Let me first see. Let me go to this one. 419. Test Q. Trip works on single device, multiple devices required. So that's more comms as to testing is going on. Very interesting. 419. Okay. And see. No. 19. And okay, nothing on that actual date going down that road.
No.
Carrie also went to 2593 December 12th, 2018. Excellent Q, VIP, Patriot, National Security had to be included for reasons I'm sure you can understand. Think green, red castle. Think military. Happy holidays.
Green and red.
Green, red.
Christmas colors.
Think military, and then happy holidays, right?
Yeah.
Let's go to their live on the drop. 2593. 2593. And we went there. Why did we go there? Yeah. Grace, good point. Yeah. There's a link to JFK's whale teeth. JFK Library Asset Viewer.
Aren't those on the desk of the picture that is
Yeah.
The picture I posted of JFK, the whale teeth I think are on the desk.
Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting.
Let me see. Let me take us back here. President Kennedy is a collector of scrimshaw. President Kennedy typically acquired pieces primarily engraved sperm whale teeth, portraying maritime and patriotic themes. Whale's tooth depicting Independence Hall in Philadelphia with a heraldic eagle ridden by a personification of America. Interesting.
So I just looked that up. President Kennedy acquired a liking for scrimshaw before he entered the White House when Mrs. Kennedy, knowing his love of naval Americana, gave him a whale's tooth on which had been etched an American ship under full sail.
There's one right there. And here's a woman holding a, flag, but also there's something coming out of her. There's like a fin, like she's a mermaid or something. That's very odd.
Or is that the back of the Anchor.
Oh, it's the anchor. Okay. All right. Okay.
I was like, wait a second.
All right. Good thing I had your eyes here. I would have floundered on that one. Pun intended, by the way. And here's the one with the naval ship in full sail. Nice.
Watch the water.
Watch the water. Yeah.
Another reference.
Another reference. Boy, this stuff is this is amazing. All right, so good stuff on the whale teeth. Just to have that in our net. And let me see. And going to the so that one was that was gone. This tweet is gone, no longer available. This is Think Green Red Castle. Happy holidays. The Democrats and President Obama gave Iran $150 billion and got nothing, but they can't give $5 billion for national security and a wall. Yeah, and earlier we saw that Iran's next, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, you're so punny, Dave. Thanks, Kurt. I think. So why did we go to here? Was it because of December 12th? No. Carrie, what took us to 25? Why did you take us to 25.93? Obviously, I love where we ended up, right, with the happy holidays and all. I think we should be here anyway. But what I'm trying to figure out is, did we have this? Were we led here organically? That's what I'm looking for. And let me go to your others here, and I think you also sent them to me in Messenger, but let me pull them up here. Now that's why I call VIP, because you also went to 1582. Let me go to 1582. And here's another, excuse me. This tweet is unavailable too. So Twitter has gotten rid of the Anon baby. Does anybody know if that's archived anywhere handy?
So
way back machine, but go ahead.
Did you mention the 18th?
Yeah, well, the 18th is when the 45 days is up from the day of the election, November 3rd.
Because on one of John F. Kennedy's whale teeth, it says whale or lion, and then there's an 18. Interesting.
Where's the which tooth is it?
Hold on, I'll send it to you.
Awesome.
There you go. I sent it in Messenger.
From the Oval Office desk of John F. Kennedy, President 1961-1963. Whaler L. John? No, Whaler 1. Whaler 1. Yeah, there's an 18 down there.
Yeah. Is that Whaler 1 John?
Well, it looked like it could be Whaler L. John, like Little John.
Okay.
Right? Or Whaler John, and it's just separated by, this line. But I think that's not the case because John was John, right? Well, John was Jon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Could it be Whaler Lion? Lindy, is that what it is? That's an option too. Whaler Lion.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, but
Interesting. Yeah, but there's an 18 down there. Probably the date. But that's what they're showing. And then, of of course, this picture of his grandson with the Trump card is a good one. What's the turtle photo I'm seeing? And okay. So Gerald just found this cowboy decode. Dan Scavino's tweet timestamp 9:19 or 9:10 equals 91. Post number 91. So let's go to that. You guys see how he did that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just numerological or geometrically, 9 plus 1 is 10, so it's 9, 10, and then 91. So you break down the down to the number. Now, if we went one more, it would be 10. It would be 1 as well. Where did I go? So go to 91. And why is MS-13 a priority? Could people pay such gangs to kill opponents, and why? How to insulate against exposure? The truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. Why wasn't HRC prosecuted for the emails? Because she owned the FBI. Put simply, Obama ultimately okayed by using the non-government email address to communicate with Clinton. See, here's the thing about the Clinton. They couldn't go after Clinton's emails because she was emailing Obama, so that means Obama knew about the private server and Obama would go down with Clinton. Obama also had an alias along with each of his cabinet members. Therefore, indicting HRC would lead to indicting Obama and his cabinet, etc., which could never happen. I guess I could have just continued reading. Remember, he lied about knowing, but what ultimately came out in the dump. Poof. Snow White, Godfather 3. Okay. Interesting. That so Cowboy to be U.S. Secret Service name Eagle. Okay. One drop has a timestamp 919 equals Bill Clinton.
Well, someone just turned this sideways. Let me share this with you.
Okay.
Isn't that an eagle?
Hold on.
With the 2 bombs underneath it, and that's codename Eagle. Could he be the first arrest?
Oh.
Do you see what I just sent you?
Yeah. The sideways thing is interesting. Kind of a bent nose kind of thing.
And if you look at his Dan Scavino's his Twitter account, he posted an eagle running.
Was that the eagle that was kind of landing on the ground? Yeah.
So there are 2 bombs coming, 2 big drops.
Two big bombs, and
or booms.
one is, if it's him, boy, if it's this dude,
him and Podesta maybe.
Podesta, that would bring down the House of Cards, and you know who wouldn't be too far behind.
Yep.
This 919 timestamp on Scavino goes to the 4573 drop of, and this is underage girl, but I think, is that Rachel Chandler? No, I think it might just be underage. World's first submarine attack. The turtle. We covered this a long time ago on the turtle. And
someone broke down the 1010.
Yeah. Where?
1010 equals 1 1 equals 2. 2 bombs. 2 booms.
Yeah. Nice, guys. Yeah, maybe Mark Olson says maybe the eagle has landed at Gitmo. Yeah, all David, great pickup. Wasn't the eagle running on thin ice? Yeah, that was kind of cool because we were just thinking, is it taken off or landed? Carrie just found a thread and sent it to me too. September 7th, 1776, world's first submarine attack. So we covered this decode of this, the turtle. This was this, iron, I think they called it the Iron Eagle. Yeah, the Iron Eagle. And it sunk a British ship. And of course, his code name is Eagle. Scavino posted Eagle, both the picture and this. And if this was, by the way, this was December 17th, right? So this was today. And if you guys remember, and Anand asked Scavino, will you post an eagle the day before the president is going to tweet? The president is going to tweet his famous tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us." But he not only does one eagle here, with the timestamp, he takes us to a timestamp of 4573. And there you go. Here's a timestamp, 9/19/00. When you see a timestamp like this, folks, you know the 9/19 part is significant, okay? Which also, is we do quite a bit, is we drop a number, or we do the mirror.
Wait, is that the girl that, oh gosh, what is his name that died in prison? My mind's drawing a blank right now.
Oh, Epstein?
Epstein. Isn't that Epstein's, girl that...
Yeah, Rachel Chandler.
Is that Rachel, or is that the girl that's involved with the lawsuit?
The Nexium?
No, she was the one that's... Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
The masseuse.
Yeah. No, that I think you're right. That this is she's got the lawsuit. Yeah. Sneds. What? Who is this? That's not Ray Chandler. Thank you, Scott. I'm sorry. Yeah, and it's Rachel, child handler. No, it's not Wendy either. I don't think. I think it's Giuffre, Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, that's right. Good call. I knew that wasn't riding well. So when you go 9/19, okay, you can take off the 9. We've already been to 91. We were sent there on a different path. And then this is about the Democrats controlling the black population through the CIA and through Operation Mockingbird. And then, of course, you have the famous people peddling their narrative, who exposed the pedo network within Hollywood. You can't answer the above, but will laugh once disclosed details. The network which controls this false narrative, which in turn keeps the black population. I wonder if Weinstein gave it all up, or Spacey, because they were kind of the first to drop, or maybe even Nexium, Rainier. Maxine Waters, $4 million home, cash in excess of $6 million. False local and national black leaders will be exposed next as shills for the Democrat Party. This is going to be so amazing, guys. This is going to be so amazing, right? And then we drop the 1, and we go to 9. D's can't lose control over the black population. It's basically the exact same tweet, right? But what they're showing us here is that they're connected. It's basically the same thing. 9 and 19 is very, very similar. And we already went to 91. And 91 is the MS-13 and how they use them to kill their opponents. right? So those are that's some great decodes, and whoever came up with the 10-10 down to 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
Is great. 2 bombs. This definitely looks significant here.
Right. Daryl just posted underneath my post that Army and Space Force flag featured Army 82nd Airborne Space Force ability to knock out comm satellites.
Yes. Yeah. This is we talked about this, that this is to so that they can. We thought that remember that one rocket was going to go up and was going to take out the we thought was going to take out one of the key satellites, right? Yeah. So someone said, is that Tesla? Oh, yeah, and it was a Tesla rocket, wasn't it? Yeah, what is that? TES. I think that's United States. I think it's the end of United States.
Yeah, it is, but someone said, does it look like it spells Tesla all the way through?
It does, doesn't it?
And then someone mentioned free energy. And if you think about Tesla and the satellites that what's his name's putting up in space right now?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, Elon Musk. My thought to that was always that he was not really doing anything bad, but actually continuing Tesla's work, tapping into the ionosphere for free energy.
You mean with all the satellites he's putting up?
Yes.
That's interesting. So this is, Tesla. That does look like looks like an F, could be an A there. But Tesla, that could be the frequency, the technology, the med beds stuff too, but also the time travel, which Tesla had mastered.
Yeah.
That's all really, really good. Thought Army and Space Force flags featured, Gerald. Army equals 82nd Airborne. Space Force equals ability to knock out comm satellites, all the TV broadcasts. 2 bombs, maybe? Yeah, that's good stuff. But going back to Cowboy and Twitter, did we get that? Let me see. Here we go. Let me make sure we're not missing anything on his. Yeah, that was pretty brief. Pretty brief, but that's Castle Lock. This is 1333. Somebody posted underneath his. Could the time bomb that moves like a turtle that takes out the eagle be the Durham? Interesting. And okay. Yeah, we also talked about, when you think about what they just showed with the Q of Clinton, is that we're talking submarine, we're talking Iron Eagle, taking out Britain, taking out the Rothschilds, who he's affiliated with. He's here with the girl. He's connected with Epstein. Watch the Water. And Ghislaine Maxwell was literally at his daughter's wedding, on the aisle seat, and she's a submarine pilot. There's a lot of things here coming from Scavino tonight that point to 2 things. Possibly if he's answering one of the Anons with his tweet about with the eagle, he shows an eagle in his name, but also he repeated the eagle, and then he does the timestamp, which points us to the timestamp of Bill Clinton right here. So could be very interesting, folks, tomorrow. I tell you, this is pretty good comms. Now again, Scavino did the eagle, right? The other day. Let me pull that up so everyone, if anybody that didn't see that, that's a pretty awesome one. So we thought, I'm not going down the right path here. But we thought that when he posted this eagle, that the next day might be the day, and here it is. And yeah, it does look like he's walking on thin ice, because why? See this grass behind him? We know this is ice because it looks like it's like on a lake or something, right? And it looks like the eagle's being very careful, right? Looking down. Yeah, that's look, eagle's arms up, right? Eagle's arms up. Yeah, well, now we're reaching.
The eagle has landed.
Yeah, the eagle has landed. Where has the eagle landed? Has the eagle landed in Gitmo, right? What say you, Snedheads? The eagle is tracking a fish under the ice, says Linda. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Lori says America is on thin ice, maybe. Yeah. Faye says, I heard from David Icke that Elon Musk is putting satellites that are going to control us with the 5G. That's a well thought out position, and I am not discounting that. But I also think that Trump would not be letting him get away with this if that was going to be the case.
Right, and the only thing that makes me not think that way is he actually tweeted, take the red pill. There's actually a tweet from him that says, take the red pill. So I don't think...
From Musk, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's calling out some stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Christy says, on ice equals in jail. Yeah.
Huh? That's interesting, too.
Yeah.
The eagle in jail?
No, on ice.
Yeah, but the eagle is who? Whose code name?
Yeah, and it means Clinton.
Clinton.
Bill.
Clinton's in jail.
Yeah. That could be really cool. So that's the double whammy. Like he showed us that earlier in the week, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe they revealed tomorrow some other things.
So if thin ice means jail and eagle means Clinton, Clinton's in jail.
Yeah. Or on ice is jail.
Yeah.
Right. Or also on ice is dead. Right? If somebody's on ice. Number 1775, Sheila. I don't think we've done 1775 yet. Let's check that out. And then we've got to wrap this up and get some sleep because we got to wake up tomorrow and find out what the hell going on.
Yeah, on ice also means to place in reserve, so that's also goes with the hold the line.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. This is some Patriots, some 17 Patriots here. Okay. Beep boop, not a Russian bot. The Great Awakening. Here where we go on, we go all. All right. And how often does the presidential motorcade honk upon request? Try harder, MSM. Ask the Q. Tampa rally looking great. Where we go one, we go all. Video unavailable because that account's been terminated. Yeah, people were asking him to honk. Remember when he honked? That was pretty cool. Yeah. So that's some good comms there. Great takedown of that, Barb. That was pretty awesome.
And thank you, Snedhead, for chiming in.
Yeah, that's a great way. By the way, I love how we did that too.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? Like how we just went to your post, and then you guys are hearing it, and you can post right to her, so we can see it as we go. I did want to, let me see. Hey, Sean, I was just thinking about you today, buddy. We got to talk. I miss you. Oh my God. Okay. My buddy Sean just sent this to me. Check this out, folks. Nurse takes the vax, then passes out during the press conference.
We are excited to get the vaccine. We are in the.
Let me start it from the beginning.
This morning, did you know you're going to be receiving the vaccine?
I did, yes. So, all of my staff, we are excited to get the vaccine. We are in the COVID unit, so therefore, my team will be getting first chances to get the vaccine. And I know that it's really, I'm sorry, I'm feeling really dizzy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me.
When you woke up this morning, did you know you were going to be receiving the vaccine?
I did, yes. So, all of my staff, we are excited to get the vaccine. We are in the COVID unit, so therefore, my team will be getting first chances to get the vaccine. And I know that it's really, I'm sorry, I'm feeling really dizzy.
Are you enjoying the show, folks? You see, everyone's been crying for the vaccine. Everyone's been clamoring for it. We're going to get back to normal. But when they see what's happening to be... Now, she sounded like they hadn't taken it yet, but I think they have because of the way. So we need to find out.
No, there's a video of her actually getting it.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Hey guys, I just shared that on my page. Please grab it and share the hell out of it. So they can't take it down. And if that's on video, Sean, that's amazing. Thank you, buddy. I was just thinking about you today. And I got to see you. So let's see.
If you look on my timeline right underneath, because I posted it as well, right underneath it, there's a guy that gets a shot, and you can see the stopper doesn't even move. So it's pretty much the same thing you showed earlier, but different person.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, right? Oh, here's Mitch. I love this meme, by the way. This is one of my favorite memes right here, guys. Which sold out in 2020 faster? Mitch McConnell, ammo, toilet paper, Fox News. Yeah, that's fantastic. All right, so where's yours?
It's down below. You'll see the post with the girl that you just showed, and then underneath that, there's a video of a man that just got one.
Okay, let's show that.
Right underneath that, yeah. Right there.
Are you kidding me?
Watch the stopper. There's nothing in that.
No, the stopper's already at the bottom.
Yeah, there's nothing in it.
There's nothing in that. And by the way, you can't put air into somebody's veins like that. I mean, you can't. If that hits a vein, he actually pulls it out. That is the.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Are we enjoying the show, folks? Because this is what it is. This is what we're dealing with right now. You can't. There's no other explanation no other explanation, folks, than this. This is unbelievable. Oh, by the way, Sheila came up. Guys, you see how this mentality, this hive that we've got going here, is better than any one mind. Somebody just said, Sheila said, maybe Bill's going to that prison in Iceland that they just exposed, right? Yeah. What was it, 17 seconds, Carrie? Yeah. Who said it? Could be her mask that caused her to pass out. There's no way that's a good thing, folks. It's unbelievable.
Right.
Christine said they're already doing damage control. They said she has a tendency to pass out when she feels pain. Yeah, Joni, I just posted that. Let me post the one with the guy that Barbara just had too. That's unbelievable. Oh my God, this is unbelievable, folks. Folks, the number one killer in the United States, I think combined, is, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's pharmaceutical, drugs, okay, and medical malpractice. I think like those two combined are the number one killer in America, and if not, they're right up there, right? And if they're not, then the cancer is, of all the different, I think it's heart disease is right up there, with all the poison. We talked about with Purium, like getting that poison out of our bodies. They're putting poison in our food. They're poisoning us, and then also with the cancer, they're poisoning us with chemicals and all these kind of things. So, how amazing would humanity be? How much better would we be as a species? They're going to spin this. There was some talk saying she gets extreme anxiety and has a tendency to faint. Just wanted to let you know what I saw. Thank you, Emily. But you know what? They're going to play that, but when they see it happen over and over again, because they're going to show it more, it's going to be amazing. So what I was saying is that how amazing would it be for all of us if pharma was taken out, big ag was taken out, okay, and big chemical was taken out? Like, how much better off would we be? No pesticides, no toxic fumes, no toxic chemicals in the water and the runoff, et cetera, and it would be, no pharmaceuticals killing people, no medical malpractice. Part of it is the pharmaceuticals. They're killing us. It's unbelievable. That's amazing. So Regina says, why did Trump encourage production of a vaccine? It's all part of the plan. And I've been saying that he would not force a vaccine, and but I believe this is to take out the agriculture. If the eagle is on the ice, then that probably means that Clinton might be dead already. Remember, folks, a lot of this stuff could have already occurred, and they just didn't tell us about it. But they've taped it. They've taped their confessions. They've got it all so that they can show us and tell us, yeah, he's gone. You know why he's gone? Because look what he did. Look what he confessed to doing. I know it now. Dave, that sounded a lot like heaven. It's going to be heaven on earth, baby. That's what, we're not going to wait for heaven. I don't want to wait to die to go to heaven. I want heaven now. Okay? And because that's the thing. If we can create heaven on earth, like we can create an amazing space, how incredible is that? How incredible is that? How How would you be a shady J76? How would you be a nurse if you're fainting like that because you get nervous? How could you be a nurse, right? Or you have anxiety? Are you kidding me? You've got to. Nurses are like, they're the toughest cookies on the block right there. Yeah, people like vaccines. They need to have it, you know. Yeah. Danny Flinker, several months of a frequent mask use and an injection. But one thing about nurses and doctors, they get used to masks, right? Their body adapts because they have to. Yeah, Mark Olson, the greatest story ever told, part 2. Yeah, this is awesome. Hey, so Barb, what are your thoughts about, timing on everything? What's your gut, telling you? I always like to find out what, people that know what's going down. What's your thoughts?
I've seen a lot of stuff about 12/21 being a big day, and I've heard the day before Christmas is something's going to happen, the 24th, and we just saw that again here. I don't know. I'm hoping it's all coming to a head, and I think it is. And to answer, I don't know who just asked that question about Trump. Trump's a master chess player. And the way I think about it is, when you are having to play both sides of something so that, you're not giving away your moves, you have to appease that side of the coin, or that side of, they want the vaccine. So he's got to play that card, because if he doesn't, they're going to come after him about why he's not doing anything about the vaccine and, all that other stuff. So I think that he knows that he has to play that card. Even though he doesn't want the vaccine, he still has to play that card, because that's what the Democrats want.
Yeah.
And we all know that he doesn't want the vaccine, so we shouldn't even be worried about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Carl just said it's 12/12 in California. It was just 12/12. The
21 reversed is 12.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Mirrored.
And it's also 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
And we get through the darkness before Christmas. I mean 12/12 to 12/21, but now we're going through Christmas if it goes 12/18. That's why I think, what an ideal time to, Christmas Day, to unveil what's the future of humanity. Everyone's at home, unless you listen to Fauci. Everyone's going to see people. You're with your loved ones. You're having a great day. And Rhonda, amazing. The Snedheads are really rocking it tonight with information. Absolutely. You guys are killing it. So it's interesting, because if it's tomorrow, then it goes through Christmas, and that's just kind of weird, right? Mm-hmm. And but also it doesn't have to be 10 days, right? Because a lot of this is already done. It could be 3 days, right? It's going to be 3 to 10. Todd and I were talking about that today. Mm-hmm. And so, who knows, guys?
Isaac Cappy mentioned 12/21. You've got all the planets aligning on 12/21.
Yeah.
There's been so many different people that have visions and prophetic dreams and stuff, all talking about 12/21. So it's
the executive order blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. That's 12/21.
Yeah, there's a lot of reference to it.
December 21st, 2017. A lot of reference to 12/21. Folks, just like, remember all the predictive programming that we were exposed to for 9/11. And then when you look back on it, you're like, how did we not see this? You know, and we've gotten some predictive programming for 12/21. So, you know, guys, here's the thing about this this Truthcast is that I don't want it to end, right? Because, you know, 17 says you have more than you know, right? Said that multiple times. And I feel like we do. And I feel like we're not quite getting some of it, but we are. And I think the only thing that will help us is connecting with our Creator and connecting with Spirit and really connecting with the non-analytical, logical, emotional 3D aspect of this. Because what we're seeing with these 17 drops is we're seeing something almost otherworldly. And certainly at a level that we have not seen before as a human species in terms of the timestamps and the communication and the pictures and the this and the that. It's like, you got to be kidding me. I've never seen anything like it. This is like a real life cicada game, right? This is what the game that they ran online years ago, and we feel like they recruited the best of this to make up the Q team, but also there's something much more involved here. And so as we unravel these things from an analytical, logical mindset, I think it's important to connect with Spirit as well and see where else we can learn and go with our gut. But more important than anything is Craig, I'm ending it right now. I'm ending it right now. I'm just going to end, and as I was just going to say, let's end with a prayer and just try to connect with that right now and see if we can't connect with the whole picture that is being, trying to be painted for us. Barb, I can let you go and you can do it offline, or you can hang with me for another minute, whatever you'd like.
Let me get going. I actually have to be up in 3 hours.
Wow.
So,
well, thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Everyone. Bye, Snedheads. Love you guys.
All right. Love you too. Have a great night. Thanks so much. Great work on this. This really took us to another step here, which was really cool.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. Have a great one.
You
All
too.
right. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Guys, that was Barbara Ann Heron. Please check her out on Facebook. Give her some love for the love she gave us tonight. That's pretty cool stuff right there. And dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together this evening. We ask that you strengthen us all in this time of this precipice of human history. And we ask you to help President Trump and his family, and help the Q team and strengthen the Q team and all of the military, all the police, all the boots on the ground that are actually taking care of the things that we're going to find out about later, that are exhibiting incredible bravery in the face of danger. And we're so grateful for those that are willing to take the physical action to right this wrong that humanity is allowed to enter into our existence. We ask you to watch over all the Anons, all the autists, all the digital warriors, all the Snedheads, especially, Lord, those who are having difficulty right now in their heart, having difficulty financially, having difficulty with their families, with their friends. We just ask that you really give us your grace and your compassion and your love, Jesus Christ's love and compassion. Jesus, may you bless us all and watch over us all like you like you have for so long, and help us to finish this fight and enter into a new paradigm on this planet. Thank you for my friend Peter and all the great news coming there, and please strengthen him. And please strengthen all who have been a part of this broadcast and have shown their hearts and their minds by seeking truth. And thy will be done. Your name we pray. Amen. Folks, I'm going to let us go out on that video by Dan Scavino, and I'm going to watch that again with you, and then I'm going to call it a night. But that was just too fantastic to not share again with you, and let me get to that. And here we go. Let me just get you on the same page as me, and I will see you guys soon. Thank you for all your support tonight. There were some things that came in. Appreciate that. And let me take off my hold on, the browser. Let me take off my window capture. Wait a minute. No, I need that. There, Dave Kimmer. Okay. Here we go. Enjoy. God bless everyone. Love you. And where'd it go? Where'd it go? Is it here? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I just had it up, didn't I? I just had this up. What the heck happened to it? Okay. Is it here? There it is. Okay.